Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We're going to get the ET reveal soon, I believe, and it'll be, not like what anyone ever thought. Of course, there's most of us already understand there's ETs here and so forth, but there's unfortunately a very large segment of the population that is still unaware that we are not the only ones here in this massive universe, this beautiful universe, right? So the little wake up call comes, and then once that wake up call comes, and people get over their like shock, then it's gonna be like, oh, of course I always knew there were like ETs. That's like, alrighty then, and so that's coming. I've seen that coming soon. All right, so we'll talk about that, and we'll also talk about the latest crazy earthquake, because you guys know that before the beginning of this year, I said there were going to be massive earthquakes, massive tsunamis, and massive volcanic activity. So we've seen almost all of those, right? We've seen a very close massive earthquake, but we have one that's coming, multiple actually, that are coming that will be much, much bigger, that will cause massive tsunami, a tsunami that will probably hammer the west coast of the United States, right? And I think there's also tsunamis coming for the East Coast as well. So we'll see this start to happen. The 2012 time frame where everybody thought the world was going to end, it didn't end because we were going to basically raise our consciousness enough to be able to handle all of the things, earth changes that are coming, right? So it was basically delayed. So now we're in that period where consciousness is at a point where it can handle the extreme, trauma that's coming. There's many of us that have been in traumatic situations. I've been in combat zones for a big portion of my life, so not much is going to hurt me. But a lot of you guys, it might be a little impactful, and the impactfulness, because you've spent the last 5 years, going through trauma. The COVID trauma was like extreme. We look back on 9/11, that was like extreme, but COVID trauma was more. And now we're going to have like ET disclosure, massive earthquakes and tsunamis and volcanic activity. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be really crazy. And that's right. Wakey, wakey. Mikey, Jakey. All right, good one. All right, so that's one of the things we're looking forward to, the awakening process. Of course, if you're intuitive, you're gonna be good, I think. Right? If you're intuitive, you're tapped into God. You don't dwell in fear and anger and so forth. You're gonna be good to go. Right? So those people that aren't, they're gonna have their little experiences in the big cities, and that's just gonna be what they want. So don't get wrapped up in it. All right, let's look at some of the things that have been going on. So shortly after that massive earthquake, which, had been predicted by quite a few people, we are now seeing volcanic activity in that area.
Some more information for our viewers. The Koluchevskoye volcano in the remote Kamchatka region has started erupting following the earthquake earlier today. The volcano is located in the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia, Russia's far east region, at the coast of which the magnitude 8.8 earthquake took place earlier this morning. The volcano is one of the highest volcanoes in the world, rising to a height of 4,750 meters, or 15,600 feet. Since the year of 1700, the volcano has erupted more than 50 times. We are once again joined by...
All right, so the volcanic activity is going to increase. That's the beginning of it. It's going to come to America. There'll be lots of volcanoes going off in America. Yellowstone being one of them. It won't be the super volcano. Come on. It's not going to be the super volcano end of life situation. But it's going to be pretty. There'll be a pretty good size one. I don't see anybody dying from it. So I think that we're going to be good with that one. So let's look at all the volcanic or not volcanic, earthquake activity, this USGS, earthquakes. And as you guys can see, for the last 30 days, it's been pretty active, right? Let's go to just last 7 days, right? So we see that big grouping of activity, the tied for, I think, the sixth largest earthquake in the history of taking measurements of earthquakes. I guess I think it started in 1900, something like that. So it is, of course, there's been a lot bigger ones in the past, distant past, but since they've been taking those measurements and recording them, and they give it to basically this is how big this is, and that's kind of what they go with. So that Kamchatka area has been, of course, a lot of earthquakes in that area. Now let's go back to the 30-day all magnitudes. Now look at United States, right? It's pretty active, isn't it? Right. Now that one area that I think that the earthquake's going to happen right in here, there's a pretty good, they're pretty good size ones that are happening in this area right here, where we're going to get probably the earthquake tsunami thing. Now in my remote view, what I saw is there was going to be a very significant one in this area right here. This is like Japan, Russia type area. And let's kind of zero in on some of these. Hiro, Japan. This is the area where they've been having a lot. They had a lot of them, and then they moved over here. It's kind of like a seesaw. So in my remote view, I saw the seesaw going back and forth, bigger, bigger, then big, right? And then I saw it going, whoo, right across here. I don't know why, because usually it goes around the ring of fire. Maybe it goes around the ring of fire and gets stuck there. Because you see, it looks like a lot of energy goes into that area right there, right? So that area right there that's where a lot of people have said in the past there's going to be a big earthquake, and then that earthquake is going to translate into a big tsunami. I see it happening at night when everybody's asleep, unfortunately, and I see it being pretty significant, and it's going to devastate the entire West Coast. So that's what I see. It's coming probably within the first to second week of August. Now, if we see that massive earthquake, which has been predicted in the closer to Japanese area, it could be still in the Russian area, but close enough to Japan to cause what could be said a Japanese earthquake. But it could be, like I think, in this area right here, the Hiro area. That's where a lot of activity has been. So that would translate to somehow that energy going around and popping off over here and causing a very, very massive earthquake. Now let's look at some of the other things. As you guys can see, the prediction that we were going to be having massive earthquakes and tsunamis and volcanic activity that I said before the beginning of this year is starting to come to fruition, right? And it's going to be much more significant than we've seen already. So geophysicist Stefan Burns, we've looked at his information. He's been pretty cutting edge, and he's been predicting. He predicted basically that this earthquake, to a certain extent, was coming. So he says basically yesterday's 8.8 mega earthquake short-circuited the Earth. So this is energy. It's electrical energy. Electrical energy comes from the sun, innervates the Earth, makes things more active, and then it pops off in volcanic activity, earthquake activity, and of course that earthquake activity makes it, cause tsunamis, and that's what we're going to see. Some significant tsunamis coming up. It's going to be pretty devastating. So we'll see. Hopefully, we'll pray for it not to happen, but we need to be prepared.
Aftershocks after the massive magnitude 8.8 megaquake that struck Kamchatka yesterday, July 29, 2025, and we've just now had a powerful magnitude 6.4 aftershock. As you can see here, just in the past hour, as I'm filming this video now,
There have been hundreds of magnitude 5 aftershocks, and we are still waiting on probably the most powerful aftershock yet to come, which is likely to be a magnitude 7 plus, probably even a magnitude 7.5 plus, because typically you will get a 1 magnitude reduction for the most powerful aftershock as compared to the main shock, which was a massive magnitude 8.8, the strongest earthquake in 14 years, going back.
Okay, so see where this is, the Kamchatka megaquake. So see how it like just travels along that fault lines and really stacks up here in the United States. It's been really slow slipping, which is good. It's like releasing energy. We've seen some of the fault lines have been active on the California. There's 3 different major. One of them hasn't been named yet, but I think it was what's the name of it? I can't think of it now. So it starts with a C. But there's 2 of them that are obviously San Andreas, and there's another one, and then there's one they just started looking at. I think all 3 of these fault lines are going to like crank, and we'll see. Like I said, volcanic activity and so forth. But there's going to be major destruction coming on. Now, while this major destruction is coming in, there's going to be a rest. And was this planned? I think that some of this, like the Russian earthquake, they know these things are coming, they're building up, and they zap it with more energy, so it's more devastating. So all that flooding we saw that happened in the Kamchatka area and caused damage. The Russians have they have their nuclear fleet and their missile subs and all that kind of stuff in that area. So some of the damage to some of the port facilities and so forth may have affected that, and that's what some people have said. I believe that it was actually ramped up and caused more damage than what it would have. But we haven't seen the really big one. Now, Japan, I think, is going to get spanked as well. Not only Russia. This is deep state activity. The White Hats won't do this, guys. They don't go after, they're not into loss of life. And the White Hats don't have anything, they don't have any beef with Russia, because Russia's actually taking out a lot of the deep state actors, the Nazis in Ukraine. So there's no beef. Of course, Trump is going to play like he's like, I'm so tired of you still fighting. I told you, and I'm going to really spank you if you don't like behave. He's going to play that game, but the deep state is playing it on a very very negative level. And I think that Japan has been not playing along with the deep state. They're basically leaving the deep state as well and coming over to the White Hats. So I think Japan's going to get hammered, right? So, and then we're going to see California. They're like, well, California, don't they have Gavin Newsom? He's deep state, right? Yeah. But the Californians are not playing along, right? Like I said in the show earlier today, I talked about this in a little bit detail. The Californians have not been playing along like the deep state. They want complete control of Californians. But Californians, the people of California are leaving in droves, right, for one. So they're very pissed off about that. So they're directed nuclear weapons, of course. This has been ongoing for many, many years. Of course, more recently in the LA area. And the next one will be a big tsunami, and then earthquakes, and then volcanic activity. So they just, that's the way the deep state works, guys. If they can't get what they want, they just destroy everything and they rebuild, right? So they're going to destroy California on a massive level. So trust your intuition, move if you need to, but these are the things I've been seeing, and you have to be aware of it. So as the rest come, we are probably going to see, because the White Hats and the Black Hats have the ability to see into the future. They go and play future games. I've talked about this, and some of the stuff that I've done. This is what I'm revealing to you guys normally is for everyone, right? It's the nice version that most people can handle. But as you guys know, I can go way down that rabbit hole. And occasionally I go down there real quick and then come back. And you're like, what? What was that? So you guys that aren't aware are kind of like confused by some of the things I put out. But there is the capability of time travel. It's been talked about quite a bit. Those of you that have been paying attention know a lot about this. And I'm not insulting you guys that don't know about it. I'm just bringing it to your attention. Be open-minded. So the white hats know there's things that are coming, these earth change events, and the black hats know the same thing. Now we jumped the timeline and we moved that timeline to the current time from it happening back in 2012. If it happened in 2012, there would have been absolute devastation and humankind would not have been able to recover. Now we're in a position where enough of us have the capability of not only changing timelines, but creating a better reality than is coming. We, the people, we're not relying on President Trump, although he's magnificent and building the platform and the stability that we can start to operate with our higher consciousness brains and create magnificence. But a lot of you guys are going to have to be shook up, right? And there's going to be a lot of water involved, right? Water, shaking, fire. This is the change that happens in major events. It's happened throughout time. And we're at that inflection point where it's going to start to happen. It's going to start to happen on a greater and greater level. So I think it happens next month. Beginning of next month, we joked around like they probably arrested Obama on his birthday, August 4th. I don't know that it's going to happen on that day. I don't see it happening on that day. I think it's going to be further into the month that we're going to start to see these people arrested. And unfortunately, concurrently, we're going to have massive earth change events. So we hope that they won't. I promise you. We hope that the white hats don't get off focus. They're going to still arrest these people because we can't go into higher consciousness states with these people still out there, guys. They're going to constantly, hamstring us, come in and make things more difficult for us, like they've been doing. You're going to be very surprised that once they're out of the picture, things are going to start to rapidly change for the better. But there's going to be some difficulty. We've talked about this. A lot of people talk about this. I think we're getting very close, very, very close to major things happening.
March 11, 2011, the Great Tohoku Earthquake, magnitude 9.1, that triggered that tsunami that hit Japan and caused the Fukushima meltdown. So this was very, very serious. A tsunami was generated from this that traveled all across the Pacific, was picked up in California, Hawaii. Thankfully, the tsunami did not do all that much damage as it relates to Japan, Hawaii, the United States. So there was quite a bit of...
All right, so this is the opening act. That earthquake we just had, that's basically, okay, get ready, here we come, type thing. It's going to get much bigger. There's going to be a much bigger one, much bigger tsunami. And that tsunami is not going to do, it's going to do some damage. Like this one was like a little extra waves. There was a little bit of damage here and there, but nothing of consequence. There was a little bit of scare factor. So people are going to be like, I listened last time, I'm going to listen this time. And that's going to be very costly. That's going to be very costly. And there's pros and there's cons for these things to happen at a progressive level. It's the way things are. They don't happen on a super, super massive level. They're going to build up. It's a building process, just like the takedown of the old system. It's a building process. So the process, as it builds, it will, destroy the old. So we're going to see old structures get destroyed. Where are some of the worst places for child trafficking? California, New York, right? So these places are probably going to be destroyed on a massive level. So you have to, and that's because the consciousness of those areas attract that. They've attracted that, and then the consciousness of the earth and the vibrational frequencies and so forth are going to bring about a destructive process. Same thing is going to happen to the deep state actors. Their consciousness, their vibrational frequency is going to bring a counter frequency. As our frequency rises, those frequencies can't exist in our reality anymore. So they're going to be destructive and they're going to be taken out. So that's the process. Understand it on a basic level like that, and you're not going to go wrong.
Damage done right here in this area because of the extreme proximity to the epicenter. And now we have Uchevskoye volcano erupting on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and this is the tallest volcano in the northern hemisphere. And
all right, so let's move into other areas that are going to be affected. We see, Russia, a BRICS country, and so what's another BRICS country? China, right? So China has been getting unbelievable amounts of flooding, and let's look at some more of it. I show this every few days, but it doesn't stop. I'm like, okay, they had the worst of it, but no, it keeps coming. It keeps coming. Stuff just looks like a disaster film. Like did they CGI this stuff? Is this real? Wow. I don't know, but it is happening in China. There's a lot of reporting about it. It's very devastating, as you guys have been seeing. Now, same thing, vibrational frequency. As we know, the Chinese have allowed a lot of very negative things to happen. They've gone after Christians. They've gone after other groups that are, for freedom and freedom of speech. Nope. Freedom of religion. Nope. And if you do that, then we're going to take your organs. Right. So we're going to imprison you in concentration camps. And we're going to take your organs. So these are some of the things that have been going on in China. Bad frequency.
Between July 25th and 29th, 2025, parts of Sichuan province in southwest China were once again hit by severe torrential rainfall, triggering a new wave of landslides across one of the country's most geologically fragile regions.
How would you like to be in that back car and everybody's just taking their time? And you hear the horns going off, get the F going.
Relentless rain overwhelmed the landscape, saturating hillsides and leading to sudden collapses. Massive debris flows cut off roadways, damaged infrastructure, and forced evacuations in multiple counties.
All right. So it just goes on and on.
Issued just hours before the collapse. Emergency teams from transport, geology, and fire departments arrived swiftly and established a command post on higher ground. Drones, radar systems, and excavators were deployed to assess the area and clear debris. By evening, responders had created a one-lane bypass and began installing protective mesh and rock anchors to stabilize the surrounding slope. Less than 24 hours later, another large-scale landslide struck Libo County in the Liangshan Yi Autonomous Prefecture.
Wow, run for your life. Right. So that's China. That's going on in China. And what's going on in America? Is there anything going on in America? A lot of you are like, that's China. I don't care. That's Russia. I don't care. Yeah, there were tsunamis, but they weren't that big. We had our surfers out there ready. They had a good time. They surfed the tsunami. It wasn't much of a tsunami. So, but next time they'll be ready for a bigger tsunami. That's right. And then they're going to go to heaven, and they're going to be in heaven. They're going to be like, bro, did you catch that wave? Wow. And it's like, yeah, dude, we're all dead. So, largest ever earthquake swarm recorded at Volcano with 1,000 quakes tracked. Where is that? Mount Rainier. Mount Rainier. How about that? Largest ever earthquake swarm has been recorded at Washington's Mount Rainier. Just a coincidence. It's nothing to do with all the other earthquake activity that's happening and the volcanoes that are erupting. It won't make its way to California or Washington. No. Yep, it will. The earthquake rate has decreased over time with a peak of 41 located events per hour on the morning of July 8th, decaying to a few events per hour as of the morning of July 25th. So it's slowing down. It's good. Don't worry. Be happy. Right? The source of the current swarm aligns with fluid movement. I mean, lava? Yeah. Along existing fault lines beneath the volcano and is deemed background activity. Background activity. No big deal. So here's the huge swarm. Looks like it's getting ready to go boom, boom to me. And so we'll see. Mount Rainier, situated roughly 60 miles southeast of Seattle, stands as the most ice-covered summit in the lower 48 states. And soon it will be hot. It will be belching. It'll be belching a lot of stuff like Mount Hood in Oregon. So working down the volcano chain, we have smoking coming from Mount Hood.
But we're going to be talking about today is something that happened earlier. So this was during Good Day Oregon. We pull up these shots a lot during those kinds of things, but we noticed something right there. So I want to pull this up to show you what we're going to be discussing here to give you a good idea. So that was earlier today. You can see that, I don't know. We don't know what it is. Is it steam? Is it smoke?
That's lava coming to the surface, clowns. All right, so, they're going to, deny this stuff. They're going to deny it. They're denying it. So, because they know that people are going to probably, panic. Right? So they'd rather keep you there so you don't panic and screw up the local economy. All right, but you're going to have to trust your own instincts and intuitions, your gut, which is second brain, right? And it has a lot of neurons around your gut. That's why you get that gut. And it's like, it's tight. A lot of guys in combat get that. They don't understand the heart-brain connection, which is the higher intuitive zones where I can see things coming in the future, like earthquakes and tsunamis and volcanoes. But at least, on a minimum, your gut will give you insights of, getting away. So the gut pretty much is like a lot of animals have that same instinctual connection to intuition. So at a basic level, you can be like the animals and you can run when things are going to get bad. So pay attention.
Far beneath the storm-lashed waters off Russia's far east lies one.
All right, so here's another one. This was like 4 days ago. So they were predicting, a lot of people are predicting this coming.
Most dangerous and least understood geological features on Earth. the cruel Kamchatka Trench. Stretching thousands of kilometers along the Pacific seafloor, this vast subduction zone marks the collision of two colossal tectonic plates and holds the potential to unleash a disaster of staggering proportions. In 1952, it triggered a magnitude 9.0 earthquake and a tsunami that claimed over 2,300 lives within minutes. Now, decades later, signs are mounting that history may be poised to repeat itself. In 20...
Well, it did. So, we can give the psychic stuff like me, and we can back it up with science, like we're seeing right there. So that at least will start to appeal to a larger group of people, and they can be forewarned. Now, some people are like, they just thought they were saying tsunamis, you need to pay attention and, head for the hills and so forth. And the tsunami was a nothing burger. And so there's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to pay attention next time. And next time could very well be the time. Now, these energies travel like jet fast, right? They travel 500 miles an hour. I don't know. Maybe if it's a bigger one, maybe it travels a little faster. And so they predicted when these little tsunamis were going to come. They're like, it's probably going to be anywhere from 3 to 12 feet. 12 is significant, right? 3 feet, and destroy, rip out boats and, destroy some infrastructure along the coastline. But 12 feet is very significant. Now, I believe we're going to see a lot bigger tsunamis than 12 feet. All right, very, very big. All right, it remains to be seen what happens. Rainier has been steaming lately. Lots of laughs. So I haven't seen that, but if Rainier's been steaming, it's not steaming because it's like a bubble bath, right? It's because there's magma coming closer to the surface. Look at any other volcano. It starts to steam and then it starts to erupt. So that's the cycle. So if you're starting to see steaming, like we're seeing in Mount Hood, which I predicted would go, and Mount Rainier, which I predicted would go, then we're in the earthquake activity, which means there's liquid movement, and that's not water. It's magma. All right. So as that stuff moves around and gets in position for the big boom, then will be a phreatic eruption, or will it just start to spew a little bit? Probably going to be a big boom, right? So that's probably what we're going to, not happy magma within 5 miles. So yeah, if you're close to a volcano, you live right down the hill from a volcano, it's probably cheap. That's where a lot of people, I will live. It's never going to erupt. It hasn't erupted in 100 years or whatever. It's probably not going to erupt. And then it starts to, shake your house starts to shake and vibrate, and the water goes off and electricity goes off occasionally, and it's probably nothing. And then there's steam coming out of the mountain. You're like, it's just, it's temperature variation. So, and then the explosion happens, and you're like, boop, 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 look, your little wings, angel wings. So pay attention to the stuff that's happening around you guys. You have to. I did this every time I went to combat. It's like you gotta be aware of your surroundings because your life depends on it. That's the way it's going to be. Unfortunately for the whole Earth, is going to be succumbing to different Earth change events, and they're going to progress and get worse and worse. And I'm not saying worse. It's just going to it's change. It's change, and sometimes extreme change comes with extreme difficulty. Right? So I can tell you, I've lived through lots of difficulty. That's why I can laugh. Right? Navy SEAL training and being in combat zones and all this stuff, and then seeing stupid stuff in military and the CIA. My God, yeah, they're stupid. There's always, those of us that, can make things better, but they don't let us make things better because they're in control. So that system has to fail. And the way that fails is with these coming Earth changes, part of it. And it's going to be cover for a lot of these people to be arrested, right? And I'm good with it, right? Earthquake activity. I've been warning everybody. I'm telling everybody where it's going to happen. You want to stay. You want to hang out. You want to catch that beautiful surf, tsunami surf, and you go bye-bye. So that's you. That's all up to you. Maybe you come back next time and you're a little bit smarter. I don't know, but that's the way it is. And I do have intuition courses. Yes, I would say, because people have been asking me again, become the master of your reality is the first, basically building your intuition, and then of course the remote viewing and remote influencing and remote healing and lots of other courses. So a lot of you guys have started to get back in there. I'm glad to see that, because it will make a difference for many of you. All right, so let's look at the aliens coming. All right, the aliens are coming. The aliens are coming. Here we go.
Atlas, and it was first seen in data collected between June 25th and June 29th by a system called Atlas, the Asteroid Terrestrial Impact Last Alert System. This system uses powerful telescopes in Hawaii and South Africa to scan the night sky automatically for any unusual or potentially dangerous space objects. After the object was noticed, it was confirmed by experts at NASA's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies, and the research team has now confirmed that this new interstellar object isn't a glitch or an error. It's real. What makes 3I/Atlas so fascinating is its strange speed and unknown nature.
Strange speed and unknown nature. Yes. So, just like here on Earth, on the surface, there's people living, and they're like, oh, it's an inhabited planet. But inside of our planet, there's lots more people, or beings. We'll just call them beings. Lots more than there are on the surface, because there's many levels below us. And of course, a lot of you guys know that about the 10K level where the baddies are. They're getting wiped out. So that's, but the good ETs and the good former surface dwellers that have gone underground and have built incredible advanced civilizations, they're there. So yes, we have an object that's coming to us at this point in time where our consciousness is going to rise and the earth change activities happening. It's going to come in right at the same time. How about that? It's just so amazing, right?
Scientists still aren't sure what it actually is. It could be a comet, an asteroid, or maybe even something we've never seen before. One well-known astronomer, Avi Loeb from Harvard University, who famously suggested that Oumuamua might have been an alien probe, has weighed in again. This time, he's suggesting that scientists use the powerful James Webb Space Telescope to study this newly discovered interstellar object in more detail. He wants to look for signs of non-gravitational acceleration, which means movement that can't be explained just by gravity alone.
All right. So, yes, alien angelics, Brian Connor. So it could be. It could be. Now, when I remote view it, I'm not allowed to see exactly what's coming, right? But I do know it's going to be, I believe it's going to be an ET reveal. That's what I'm getting. So that's very interesting, isn't it? All right, let's look at a little bit more. There's one that you can go ahead and pull this up, guys. 3I, I as in the letter I, / Atlas, ATLAS. So you can pull that up and start to do your own research. It's going to give you lots of interesting little tidbits. All right, let's look at some of it. All right, here we go again. Controversial paper questions whether interstellar visitor. Superfast new comet could be evil alien technology. Harvard scientist believes interstellar comet could be alien craft. It came from outside our solar system and it looks like a comet. Could Comet 3I/Atlas be alien technology? All right, so it's been seeded. It's been seeded now. So something's going to come out of that. Right. Evil aliens? I don't think so. But they could spin it. Could be spun in that direction. It is a craft from what I've seen, and it's all internal, and they're advanced. And as I get more information, as they allow me to get start to reveal more, I guess, then I will pass it on. But that's my first remote view on that. That's what I got. But I seriously got that it was going to be ET disclosure, and that it would be maybe build something different because the baddies want to do that. They like to do that, right? So we'll see. Because if they're good ETs coming to help us, then of course the bad guys are going to share it all over that, right? Because that's the way they do things. They don't want us to wake up. They don't want us to have that. All right, so now we're going to have more activity with storms. One of the reasons why I left Florida is I think it's going to get really, really bad, right? So the weather pattern is getting very concerning, says Weatherman Plus. So let's look at some of this.
Wave. We have this weak wave right here in the front that's going to go in that direction. It has a lot of thick dust still in front of it and on top of.
All right, so this is normal. The month of July. Sometimes we'll get an earthquake that sneaks in, but the dust from the Sahara, it's dry and it's got crystalline structures in it, which don't allow the hurricanes to form up. So that's starting to dissipate, which it does in August. That's why most of the hurricanes are in August. So we're moving into that. It looks like it's starting to dissipate. And as it dissipates, and the other factors that shear and so forth that usually happen in July are going to be reducing as well. So the water's hot, and the hurricanes want to come play.
But the second one behind it is getting some shear right now. But the plume of dust that is over it, it is thick in the front, but it's thin in the back. Plus the next wave coming off the coast of Africa. You see it's a little.
Okay, so you have a third wave and a fourth wave behind that. So back to back to back to back. So it's going to be like machine gunning Florida and some of the other areas.
Thinner. Now this is going to traverse across the MDR and becoming a potential issue. These two waves is going to be into the beginning of August. Now in August, we usually get more activity, everyone, because all this dust.
Oh, the beginning of August. And so we have the solar activity, which is basically bringing more electrical energy and has been causing a lot of these crazy storms, 1,000-year storms that we've seen all over the U.S. And now we're going to see a little bit of cold. There was actually, I think a week or so ago, there were some areas in the north that were having record-setting cold. No one talked about that. I saw that, and I'm like, that's interesting. Kind of like what I've been saying, it's going to be a very short summer, right? Here where I'm at, Lake Tahoe, it has been very cool. A lot cooler than what I remember. And it gets cold at night. It gets down in the 40s and 50s in the summer. Wow. I don't remember that. So it is already, in some areas, it's already starting to show the coming solar minimum. And it's going to start to increase as we go into this next winter will be dry, not as much snow, but setting massive temperature anomalies. Very cold, right? And that's just the beginning. So it's going to continue to get colder as we move into year after year. We're moving into a mini ice age, right?
Send it out. the shear starts lightening up, and these systems can get stronger as they come across the MDR. Now, what I'm seeing on the latest trend is a little bit concerning, everyone. So I'm going to go through the latest information in this video, what you can expect not only from...
All right, so it is coming. We're just keep a watch on it. We don't need to get concerned right now because it's not far up. All right, it will though, and they will start to march across the Atlantic, and like a little military parade, and they will get big, and they will hammer. All right, wherever they come across. So get ready, prepare. I'm just like a bringer of goodness, right? Although there is a lot of good things that will come of this, like I said, consciousness change that we've all been waiting for. Again, there's always a massive collision, right, of good and evil. Fortunately, we're moving into an area where the satanic realm is at its weakest that it's been in a very long time. So we saw, obviously, the satanic Saturn dominance that happened over the last, couple thousand years during the birth of Christ. Look at Christ, who came in crucified, right? Because he was bringing in the light. And of course, we've been trying to, like, for the last couple thousand years, bring that light in, bring that love in. It's been difficult, right? It's going to become easier as we move forward, but the destructive power that comes in to take down the evil side has to come through, and that's what we're looking for. All right. Let's look at what's going on in Mother Russia.
July 30th, 2025, and before you, additional operations map. Multiple changes have been recorded today, as well as fresh clarifications that affect several directions simultaneously.
All right, so many directions along the Russian front. Right. Of course, the Nazis would send their worst to the Russian front because they knew they were going to be just killed. And that's what's happening right now with the Nazis in Ukraine. So we have 10 days until Zelensky falls. Is that what we're going to see? Is Papa Trump going to take out Zelensky? We'll see. Massive Russian offensive engulfs entire front line. So there's a massive push. There's massive front line. You've been looking at the maps of Russia basically gobbling up land in Ukraine. You see it is very, very long, well over 1,000 kilometers. And Russia is hammering Ukraine across the entire front, right? And pushing back day by day, kilometer after kilometer, every day, multiple kilometers every day, surrounding massive pockets of Ukrainian soldiers and decimate them, and massive surrender of Ukrainian soldiers. So it's not being reported. You're not going to see it in the mainstream, but it is happening. Those of us that look behind the scenes have been seeing this ongoing. I've been predicting this for a long time, that Russia would do a massive all across the front and move across and destroy the Ukrainian army and take a lot of land, right? So migration to red states. So this is part of the consciousness shift as well, getting away from the satanic Democrat Party. Migration to red states is accelerating, and I have a lot of Democrat friends that have very good minds, and they do have good conversations, but they're attached to something that's evil, and I think at some point they'll realize that and pop off that. All right, so we're you think of New York and Philadelphia and Baltimore and New Jersey, and that area was the apex of American economic and financial power, but that is no longer the case. All right, so it's changing. The top states gaining population are Florida, 1.6 million, and Texas, 1.3, followed by North Carolina, Arizona, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, Nevada, which I'm in now, Washington, and Idaho. Now, just because the state is gaining doesn't mean it's positive, because Californians are leaving and going to Washington, so that's not always a good thing. So it's blue going to blue, right? The blue, they know that California is probably going to go into the sea, and they want to go somewhere where it's safer because California's really gotten bad, and they're just going to take their ideals and take it somewhere and screw that state up even more. So that's what's happening in Washington, unfortunately. So migration within America generally follows political lines, with red states gaining population and blue states losing. So my thoughts and my shares over the last several years that the Democrat Party was going to go away. Does that not look like that's happening? Yeah. So they're only going to be able to milk this for so much longer, guys, before it just finally implodes. The Democrat Party goes bye-bye. Bye-bye. So sad. Not. Migration is happening and largely coming from other blue states, even with blue states that gain population. For example, Washington State, like I said, experienced 217,304 net positive migration, but more than half that surplus, 146, came from California. All right, so here are the states that are losing. The states in red and orange are losing population. Louisiana, of course, used to be a red state, and then they got a blue governor. Oh, that's not good. So that's why you're seeing some leaving Louisiana and New Mexico, California, Alaska, Hawaii, of course, Wyoming, New York, bigly, Illinois, bigly, of course. So you look at all these states and you wonder why. Well, here's one of the reasons why, because they're going tax-free and they're reducing the tax base, because we know Democrats like to steal money, and they do that through taxation, and they money launder it, and they turn it into mortgages, and they do money laundering through mortgages, like that, and a lot of people on through and several shows. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, so Republican, that replaced a Democrat that said that he was going to allow children to be aborted even after they're born. All right. So yeah, he got voted out. Also speaking at the launch event, attributed the population shift to what he called a virtuous cycle in red states of cutting or eliminating state income tax. I've been talking about this for years, how there are states that are cutting taxes slowly but surely in multiple states. And that's where a lot of people are going, because we're fed up with the taxation stealing our money, right? So if you still live in a Democrat state like California, you still believe in giving your money to them, and New York and Chicago and wherever the states are that rape you for your money, if you stay there and continue that, or don't try and stop that, then that's on you at this point. Those people are going to bring with them their income. The ones that are leaving the states that are raping with taxes, they're going to pay taxes, and then we have a surplus. And with that surplus, we get to invest in education, law enforcement, and behavioral health. So there's no people living on the streets, pooping on the streets, and we get to reduce taxes again. So it's like, God, that's like, makes too much sense, Democrats, doesn't it? Because you guys believe in taxation. So if you believe in big taxation, and there's people that are like fed up with it and they leave, you don't have as many taxes, and then you have to pay more. Wow. Isn't that funny the way that works? Wow. It's math. It's simple math. And you have simple mind if you can't figure it out, and you stay in a Democrat state, or you don't change things. Youngkin said that this virtuous cycle actually works. Yes, it does. And we know why. Because we've unleashed in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and we have a lot of people coming there. Between 2012 and 22, Virginia experienced a net outflow of people every year, Democrat rule. But this was reversed in 2023, Republican rule, followed by a reduction in state income tax. In 2023, for the first time, Virginia broke the mold, and we were number 9 in the nation for net migration, coming from number 40 the year before. Wow, how things can change very quickly, right? So there is hope for you Democrats that are still can't do math, right? Learn math and then change your state, right? States that, but it's not going to happen that way. You're going to have to go through pain, I predict pain. States that have no income tax at all include Alaska, Florida, where I just was, Nevada, where I am now, New Hampshire. New Hampshire, wow, that's amazing. That's way up there in the blue area, right? Good for them. South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and Wyoming. Now, I know that Montana is reducing. I know that several other states are in the process of reducing. So that's a good sign. And eventually we'll have almost every state will not have income tax and will not have property tax. That's another thing that's really blossoming out there. Getting rid of property tax. That's ridiculous. But we've allowed it. And Florida's taking the lead on that. So that's really good. All right. 10 states with the highest income taxes have lost more than $200 billion of income to low tax states, according to the organization. Simple math. All right. California, for example, lost more than 360,000 people to Texas and transferred nearly $21 billion in income between 2012-22. Unleashed prosperity data indicates New York lost more than 380,000 people and $37 billion in income to Florida. They need it to pay for all the hurricane damage. In line with the Unleashed Prosperity Study, a 2024 report by the Institute for Family Studies stated that red states are increasingly attractive for families with children. Yay. We like children. We like families. We don't have that a lot in Democrat states because there's a lot of ripping babies out. Right. All right. So more families left his state than moved into it. That's Minnesota Democrat Governor Tim Walz. All right. It's sad. He's a bad man, and he's destroying the state. Minnesota ranked in the worst third for negative family migration, measured as percentage of population, together with New York, Alaska, California, Oregon, Washington, Massachusetts, and Illinois. Measured in terms of pure number of families moving out, California led the pack with 92,000. Blue states have voted for Democratic, just as interesting, presidential candidates in both 2016 and 2020. I love statistics when they are not manipulated like they did with COVID and, Democrat states with their voting. Oh, yeah, we got this many people. No, those are illegals. Well, they can vote. All right, so we see red states that voted for President Donald Trump in both elections gained 181,000 families. And states that saw the largest number of families moving in were Texas, Florida, Georgia, Arizona, South Carolina, and Tennessee. The migration to red states will also likely lead to a loss of votes, thank God, because these morons are great. Wow, just morons. Loss of votes in the Electoral College for blue states. Yes, the Democrat Party is going bye-bye. That have lost population, as well as a loss of congressional seats. Just take it all away from them. Please do it now. But there remains a question of whether migration from blue states will ultimately turn red states purple, like Georgia. Yeah, Georgia's bad. They got a lot of problems in Georgia, which Joe Biden won in the 2020 election, presidential election. Georgia bad, right? So it is what it is. Well, at least the Georgia Guidestone's gone, so it's kind of moving in the right direction, right? Kind of, sort of, not. All right, let's look at the arrests that are coming. I know you guys are anxious. You're anxious about that. Don't be anxious, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Treason time is up. Treason, how former President Barack Obama, or at least one of his lookalikes or clones, was the kingpin of the biggest political scandal in modern history. Yep. You going bye-bye. It's time to indict Obama, the traitor for treason. MAGA, America's ambassador. So those of us that voted for President Trump are not Republicans, mostly, right? Although we get that moniker. I vote for the best person, and President Trump is that person. I don't see he has a Republican Party. So I like this little meme right here. Why the F aren't you hanging these people? Yes, that's my question. Because I like those neckties for those guys. I talk about that often. Like noose him. All right. Martial law. So this is Johnny Bravo. Followed his channel for a long time. He's basically turned to the political side. He's really into investing, but he's like, I can't stop myself. Right? So I don't know how he gets away with it. Many of us are getting away with it, so I guess I kind of know. But here he is. This is great. We're going to end sanctuary cities, and we may just end the entire thing altogether.
The entire thing altogether, because it's just a way of protecting criminals.
So Trump is doubling down on crackdowns in sanctuary cities, threatening to arrest elected officials who won't obey him. Preview of martial law is increasingly the question.
We have Trump. Hold on. Trump saying he'll arrest city mayors under martial law. And I say, you go, wait, because I am so sick and tired of watching this. He's posting things about Abraham Lincoln, who was assassinated. You got close. So I'll give it to you. I'll let you post. Quote, sanctuary city mayors are defying federal law. Well, go get them, orange guy. They are insurrectionists just like the Southern governors during the Civil War.
Damn Democrats. They got to go away. Can't give them another chance, guys. It's like these criminals are going to be arrested. Democrat Party has to go bye-bye.
So you guys, I just want America back. I want it like when I grew up. Just the good old days where men were men, women were women. We drank out of garden hoses. We water bottles. Watch the pendulum swing where it's like, don't drink out of plastic water bottles, you'll die. Go back to the rusty garden hose. I just want America back. So if that means throwing these guys in jail, great. Throw them in a bus. Throw them back over the border. I don't care. Give them a first-class ticket to wherever they want. While you're at it, throw politicians in jail. Obama, they're coming for you. Nancy Pelosi, they're coming for you. Notice I changed my background to a trading floor because
I like it conceptually. And, Nancy Pelosi became rich by having inside information. She made a fortune with it.
He doesn't have his trident on, but that's a seal standing behind him.
And I think that's disgraceful. So in that sense, I like it, but I'd have to really see I study these things very carefully, and this just happened. So I'll take a look at it. But conceptually, I like it. And what I do think is Nancy Pelosi should be investigated because she has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street. Save it for you.
By the way, do you guys know I offer this? It comes with the Bravos candy.
All right, so we're going to see a lot of these people get arrested. So everybody's talking about it. It's social media's blowing up. We're ready for this to happen, aren't we? Aren't we? It's going to happen. Going to happen. And now I know a lot of people are like, no, they've been talking about this for years. Well, it's been in the process for years. And, some of these things, bills of justice take time sometimes. And, almost always. But unless you're in a military tribunal, and it's like so fast. But we're seeing a lot of this stuff get exposed, like Fire Aid hires attorneys to review $100 million in donations for Los Angeles victims. So Fire Aid hires attorneys? What? Right. Fire Aid has hired a law firm to conduct a comprehensive review of the celebrity fundraising event after officials and the public question how the organization is spending $100 million in donations. Excuse me, don't you need an outside source, not a source that you're paying to, look at you? It's like the mafia. It's like, we got our mafia lawyers that are going to investigate us and find out, how we stole all this money. They're going to investigate it. And we just know that it's going to turn out right in the right direction. That's about the dumbest thing. Why even post something about that? Okay, so So these people money launder, they steal your money, they do your heartstrings. It's like give money to the fire aid. It's fire aid. All the people that had problems, $100 million, and it doesn't go to any one person that was supposed to. I mean, who gave to that? Who gets suckered into that? Anybody want to like raise your hand? No one wants to raise their hand about that. All right, head witch. Yes, she is definitely the witch. Remember when she tore up Trump's speech? Yeah. Oh, I can't believe she wasn't arrested right there. Because that's a federal, property, and she destructed it. So, head witch. Trump urges investigation on Nancy Pelosi for insider stock trading, just like Johnny Bravo talked about. And wow, look at this advertisement. That guy's like got gas. Wow, the things you see. Don't break my concentration with that stupid stuff. Nancy Pelosi should be investigated for insider trading. She has the highest return of anybody practically in the history of Wall Street. Yeah. Joe Rogan calls out Nancy Pelosi for making $200,000 a year and yet having a $150 million net worth. How the F did that happen? That's a good point. Well, we know how it happened. She gets insights. And amazingly, Congress, they made a law so that they can do that. That's crazy, right? It's okay. If you do insider trading, then you go to jail. If they do insider trading, they make a lot of money. And that's the way it should be, right? And they're there for like 40, 50 years, some of them, like Nancy Pelosi and Grassley and, you name it. They've been there forever. And Trump has been in office like 4 years and 7 months or something, and they call him the king. Right? Like, yeah. Nobody goes to jail. So Lenny says nobody goes to jail. All right. So we'll see. Lenny 777. Nobody goes to jail. So it is the just ask Martha Stewart. People go to jail. Yeah, but she's not one of them. I think she was. I think she took the heat for them. Right. And I think we're going to see him go to jail. Right. It's moving that direction. Now, Alcatraz, we don't want to put him in Alcatraz because Alcatraz is going to get tsunamied, along with the Golden Gate Bridge. It's going to get knocked down. Right? So, San Francisco, Evil City, is going to get destroyed. Right? Tsunami, bye-bye. Bye-bye, San Francisco. Bye-bye. I don't know. We'll see. I know a lot of you guys don't believe it. And maybe it won't happen. Maybe we can pray it and it won't happen. But it is in the cards. It is. I see it. It's there. I've seen it for a while. And there are other people talking about it. There are a lot of other people talking about it. So I'm not the only one. Now, I know that some of you guys see that stuff or hear me talking about it. And you're like, Mike, stop talking about it because you're going to like bring it into existence. That's really weird. So, no, I'm warning you that this could come so that you can get out of the way. Or you can stay and believe that, I'm telling you, the storm's coming. And you're like, I don't believe it. No, look, there's clouds and it's very, very dark and there's lightning. You better come inside. And you're like, no, I don't believe it's coming. You're just saying that. And because you're saying that, you're making it come. I'm just going to stay here. I'm not going to believe it. And then it won't come. So we know there's people like that out there. I see it in the chat all the time. But I don't know why they even hang out. It's like, are you like California boy here? Not anymore. But it still rubs off on me. But and then I have people around me that are Californians, like my wife. She's a California girl. So I don't know that she says that, but maybe. Maybe that's why I have it. Frisco smells like turds. Yes. So it needs a cleaning. This town needs an enema. Remember that Batman movie? Jack Nicholson. He was Joker. Yeah. Joker. And lots of laughs. And as he's like killing people and destroying Gotham and or New York. Yeah, that's getting destroyed too. But there's there's a lot of things, and New York has been prophesied to. They even have it on some of the cathedrals. There's tsunami waves that are destroying New York on some of the cathedral art, so forth, sculpture on the side of the cathedrals. So I mean, it's people have been seeing this in coming in the future. You can blame me if you want, but I'm just a messenger. I'm just telling you the storm's coming. Right? You can stay wherever you want. It's up to you. Or you can get that feeling. I got a feeling, and then you're like, I'm gonna just get my bag and I'm gonna go to the hills. I'm gonna go to I'm going to Idaho. I'm going to Idaho. leaving Cali, going to Idaho, and it's probably gonna be a good thing because Idaho in the future looks good. Now I've shown you guys the future maps that a lot of psychics saw the future Earth, a lot of them, and it didn't happen like I said in 2012 because we had to. If it happened then, that we wouldn't have, raised in consciousness, and now we're going to. So I think that's a good thing. Just keep an open mind. You don't have to believe everything I say, and maybe it won't come true, but it often does. And I'm just seeing it. I see it. I've been doing this for over 25 years, and I've gotten better at it. I've refined it. I still make mistakes. But not as many times. So we'll see what happens. Now, 10 years from now, it's pretty much in the beginning of the golden age. Beginning. You're like, what? 10 years? Yeah, years. Yeah, because we've had thousands of years of hell, right? And now we're going to move into the situation where we're able to, because of the weakness of Satan, we get to throw him off. But we have to work together. We, the people of the world, have to work together. So when, not if, these massive tsunamis or earth change events happen, when we see that, it's kind of like a slap upside the head. I've sent messengers to basically tell you what's coming. You haven't listened. So shake your ass, right? And wash your ass and fire your ass and with fire, right? And you have that almost death experience, So many times I've been to Comet zones. It's been near-death experiences. I've had many near-death experiences throughout my career in the SEALs, and then working in the Middle East, as you might be able to imagine. And those near-death experiences were beneficial to me because they calmed me. It's like, God, I lived through that. I can live through a lot of other bullshit, right? And that's what we're coming to. So don't get all wrapped up in all the trauma and the bullshit. It has to happen. Like I keep saying, I will continue to say that. I know a lot of you guys get it, but some people don't. They have to hear it over and over again. Have to unprogram their MK Ultra stuff. So you'll hear me say it probably a lot. And shake, rattle, and roll. And we're going to be going through that. And you'll be, if you're intuitive, you'll be in a good spot. Now, I see, and I've actually felt it, in the future, the near future, where even where I'm at, it's shaking. But it's not where the center point is of earthquakes. It's far away, right? So these quakes will be so big and so dramatic that they will be felt over vast spaces. And when you feel those, it's not localized in your direction. And if you can, go onto the internet and the TV, if it's still up, and you'll see that it's some vast destruction that's happening at some point, and it's coming soon. All right. Mountains are a safe place to live. That's been the case for a long, long time. But even I think in New Hampshire, they found whales on the mountains, whalebone in the mountains. So I don't know. maybe even some places you can't be safe, like in the mountains. I don't know. And I don't think it's going to get that bad. I really don't see it being that bad, but it has been in the past. And the reason why it's not going to be that bad is because our consciousness is raised, and we're going to like calm it through our consciousness. But first, you got to get the shake. You got to get the big shake, and then a wakey wakey, right? You guys know I have the wakey wakey shirt. I'm wearing it now. The camera zoomed in so you can't see it, but it is there. You got to wakey wakey, right? If you don't wakey wakey, you go bye-bye, right? Lots of love, stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Tsunami warning after a major earthquake in Russia on one of the islands. So 8.0. There's also tsunami warnings that are being issued for Hawaii. So I don't think this is the big one, although it is a big one. It's not a 10.3, right, that we're looking for. So we're still within the window. Remember, I said somewhere in August, early to mid-August, that I'm looking at for a major earthquake, tsunami, and then the beginnings of probably volcanic activity, right? And we've already got volcanic activity on the increase around the Pacific Rim, and soon to come for Europe, I believe. So this is moving in that direction. The sun is lighting up in more ways than one, right? So I remember when I was a kid, and a lot of people do as well, where I remember painting the sun as a little boy, right? I had the sun, it had a happy face on it, had rays coming off of it, it was yellow, and so I painted that over and over again. I had like a nice little house with a mommy and a little boy, which was, that's the way I grew up, right? Mommy and me. And then eventually I got a daddy, a stepdaddy. And so, and then life goes on. So now the sun is white because we're moving into a different zone within the universe, right? The sun, our solar system moves through the galaxies and so forth. And we're moving into this very active period over the next several years where we're going to have increased energies, right? And this is basically for those of us that are on the enlightenment train, right? The ones that are going through the golden age. Not everybody goes along, guys. Unfortunately, some people just don't have the mental capacity to handle it. But it is, and it takes lifetimes of development, and some people just aren't there, right? So we're building the world for the future. My son just recently passed. I'm helping to build the world that he's going to come back to. All right, so we're constantly moving in the right directions. I love the way things are moving, but where it's going to be very an interesting time. And those of us that are with the open minds and have the ability to see deeper than what's in front of our faces, conscious wise, are seeing some of these things coming, and it is very amazing golden age. But we're not there yet, right? There's always a transition period, and that can be very rocky, like earthquake rocky, yeah. So rocky like economic turmoil, and lots of different businesses failing, across the world. Old systems collapsing, new systems being built up. Now, a lot of people put a lot of faith in President Trump that he's going to make that be real seamless. No, it won't be seamless. There's no way that this is going to be seamless. The extreme corruption is not going to go away overnight, right? Even though it is being slowly taken down. Did you guys see the film? And I'm going to show you the film where Trump was at the Federal Reserve. So the Federal Reserve is a private bank. We know that. The facade they have been foisting upon America and the world for generations is coming unglued. That's part of the takedown. We're going to see that collapse. President Trump was at the Federal Reserve, and he gave the old boy a little slap on the back as he's saying, "Yeah, it's not real good that you're." He didn't say it right out loud, but we know what he's talking about. He says, "It's not really good that you started this building project. It's going to take a long time." So they're building this building for billions of dollars. You know, the way these things cost overrun. That's the way the deep state is. They come in and they money launder like crazy. And look at the California bullet train to nowhere. That's never happened, right? So massive amounts of billions and billions of dollars have gone completely wasted. And taxpayers are paying for a private bank's multi-billion-dollar building. And it's going to take a long time. And so Trump was diming it all out. That's great. All right, so we have, like I said, an 8-point earthquake. Let's jump into that. It is. Excuse me. It's live. People are freaking out right now. I don't think this is the one to freak out about, although there could be some damage from this one because that's a pretty significant earthquake. And usually of that magnitude, there is some kind of tsunami. So let's listen.
From the U.S. tsunami warning system because there has been an 8.0 earthquake. Wow. An 8.0 earthquake off the Russia coast, off the coast of Russia. 8.0. So we're going to look and see what happens here. But I mean, in and of itself, this is a huge earthquake. 8.0. So let me try to get you the latest updates. Just give me about 2 seconds here. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay, so let me show you, and again, let me just show you here. USGS says 8.0 earthquake. There you go, 8.0, about 80 miles east-southeast of Petropavlovsk, Kamchatsky, Russia. Now, let me, one of our viewers said there was like an aftershock. I'll check that out as well. Well, let me just check the tsunami warning here, the latest tsunami information. Okay, so here is non-U.S. Canada threat. This is from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center. It says an earthquake with a preliminary magnitude of 8.0 occurred off the east coast of Kamchatka, Russia, at about 40 minutes ago. Based on the preliminary earthquake parameters, widespread hazardous tsunami waves are possible. Widespread hazardous tsunami waves from this earthquake are possible within the next 3 hours along some coasts of Russia and Japan. Again, hazardous tsunami waves from this earth, be getting more updates on them. Hawaii, a tsunami watch is issued for the state of Hawaii, effective at 01:33 p.m. HST. So a tsunami watch, based on all available data, a tsunami may have been generated by this earthquake that could be destructive on coastal areas even far from the epicenter. If tsunami waves impact Hawaii, the earliest arrival of the first tsunami would be 7:17 p.m. Hawaii time, which is probably a number of about over 5 hours. This is the one that includes Russia and Japan. Hazardous tsunami waves from this earthquake are possible within the next 3 hours along some coast of Russia. Yeah. There we go. Okay, here's this. And I want to get up there, Petropavlovsk. Petropavlovsk. Okay, there is a city right there. That's a big city. That is 180,000 people right there. And that's on the water. Now, it's not directly exposed, but I don't know if the way it's situated here in an inlet might make things worse. Let me show you. So that's right here. So if we go to the map on the here. Anyways, let me keep. I gotta.
All right. So the chat's funny. Someone in the UK is asking, "Is the UK okay?" And of course, surfs up and so forth. So people are going to make light. It's kind of like a gallows humor. It's okay, right? That's one of the things that we used to do in the SEAL teams and CIA. When people got blowed up, we have some fun things to say, right? Sometimes it was probably inappropriate for most audiences, but it kept things light. So that's kind of where we're at. It is kind of a stretch, I think, that inland sea area with a looked like it was pretty sheltered, a Gulf type thing, could generate a tsunami. It's possible. You don't know what happened to the surrounding area if it got impacted as well. So it is like Lakeside Laura says, it's stress relief is all. It's just relieving some stress, right? And that's what the Earth is doing, relieving stress. And the stress is building up. The Earth has been under strain for a long time from us silly humans. Not all of us. A lot of us love Earth Mother, and but a lot of people don't. Right? Deep State doesn't. Remember that Gulf oil well spill on Earth Day? Yeah, I do. And that was devastating. They were talking like it was going to change it was going to be a devastating Earth, like massive Earth problems, because it was going to change the Gulf Stream or something. That's what they were thinking at one time. If that happened, there would have been like, massive Earth changes and all kind of great stuff. So a lot of this stuff, just gets ramped up. But some of it, unfortunately, as we move closer to the golden age and major change is coming, this always happens. We're going to see these earthquakes continue to ramp up. Like yesterday and today, we had along New Zealand, we had some major earthquake activity. Excuse me, 6.9 and 6.6. Right, I'm getting choked up about it. So it is. This is Stefan Burns. He's really on top of this stuff. I like to watch his stuff and get an idea of what's happening with the sun. He does a really good job. Really good show. Really good job with keeping us informed of what's going on with the sun, solar activity, and so forth. Because that's what's coming. Earth changes and so forth are spawned by the sun. All right, so let's look at what's going on with Yellowstone. Somebody asked yesterday. I said I would update, and here we go.
And more active than we previously thought. So what happened? What did they find in this new study? Yellowstone has been swarming with, and hold your breath now, guys, 86,000 earthquakes that we didn't know existed. So in addition to the ones that the USGS recorded.
All right, yeah, we didn't see those. Oh, wow, look, there's 80,000 more earthquakes than we knew about. Talk about trying to hide information. Wow. All right, so I guess they just didn't want everybody to get all excited. So So as a remote viewer, I've been remote viewing for over a quarter century, right? And tapping into a lot of different things. A lot of people were very, very, very concerned in 2012, December, about Yellowstone. I've looked at, right? Again, and what for earthquake and volcanic and all kinds of activity. No tsunamis there in Yellowstone, but there will be for the guy that wanted to know if the UK would get a tsunami. Don't worry, Yellowstone won't get a tsunami unless things are really, really bad. If Yellowstone gets a tsunami, everything gone. But there was a time where Yellowstone voted to be, I think, 3 or 4 states, massive explosion. That is not going to happen, right? There could be volcanic activity, yes, but it's not going to be. It's going to be nothing that lava that's moving underneath there. It's becoming more active, yes. There's earthquake activity, yes. But is there going to be a super volcano? No. Mike has seen it. There are actually other newer remote viewers that are having success in seeing this as well. All right, so this is Elizabeth April. Been following her work for a long time. She's become a certified remote viewer. Good for her. She does a very good job. I think she's like 9 out of 10 in her prediction. So hats off to her. She's scoring very good. So she looked at the same thing. Psychic medium type, and she talks to different ET groups, mainly I think the Greys, the tall Greys, and so forth. She was talking to them, and she was asking them about saying 2012, and that there was going to be a age for humanity, and it was to be disturbed by a supervolcano going off. So it's the same thing now, guys. It's not going to happen, and this is what she saw.
As well is this a conspiracy? Is it an agenda? Is there some nefarious activity going on? Is this being propagated by someone or something or some organization? And in this case in particular, no. It really does look like this is all very natural. But again, it is being caused by sort of the electromagnetic changes. It just felt like, yeah, I don't know how to do it. I'll leave it there. Okay, and then what else did I say? Yes, so a major eruption does not feel imminent. That was very clear.
All right, so there you go, guys. So you get it from different remote viewers. Remote viewing is a thing. Those of you who've been following me for a while know that. So, and of course, you can learn how to remote view. I have the remote viewing courses that have been discounted quite a bit. And I know every time I mention that, there's like a whole bunch of people go over and get it. So it's just a reminder that those courses are available to you guys. I would recommend if you don't know about intuition, you should do become the master of your reality first, and then move to the remote viewing, right? So if you're a newbie to all this, become the master of your own reality. That's a fantastic foundation. And then if you want, just go big. It's like under $1,000 to get everything I got. The remote viewing course, remote influencing course, learn to build your body, all kind of crazy stuff. I got new courses that I'm working on. Hopefully, I keep saying hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to finish another section of my demonic course. I have 2 more sections to go. So, but you can get it at a discount until I finish that. So that's there for you. But yeah, go big. If you haven't done any of those courses, just get them all, right? It's really the way to go. Or you can piecemeal it. So there's great information out there from a lot of good people. I don't see that it's going to be, for those of us that are aware, we're moving in the right directions. I moved to the high mountains away from Florida, right? So Florida, I think, is going to start getting impacted here pretty soon, back to back hurricanes. So I got out in the nick of time, I believe. So those that are still there, it's one thing I didn't like about Florida. There's only one way out. There's only one way out. You can go across the state and hide, but if there's multiple hurricanes coming in, which I think is coming, you're screwed. Everyone's going to have to evacuate Florida, and that's going to suck because the road system is not going to be able to handle that. So there's only one way out. You go north, and where I'm at, I can go northeast, south, and west, and variants of that. And I'm way up on high ground, and so everything's good. So you're going to go where you're supposed to go. Maybe you're supposed to, have extreme difficulty. You're going to learn from that, and then you're going to share how to overcome that difficulty. That's the way my life has been. That's what I've learned through extreme difficulty. Through the fire, on the other side of that comes like gold or silver. Silver's better, right? All right, Stefan Burns. I talked about Stefan Burns. I've shared his information. I contribute to Stefan Burns. I promote Stefan Burns, so I'm sure he doesn't have a problem with me, covering his stuff like I do. Some people do, strangely. Now, Stefan Burns has added quite a lot of subscribers, so I know a lot of you guys have really gotten turned on to him. And like I keep saying, you should pay attention to Stefan Burns, right? So he's really cutting edge. So he talks about a couple of days ago, the resonance is increasing. Resonance is increasing. And let's see, what do you have for his live? Our Earthlings, get ready. Megaquake risk is accelerating. Magnitude 8+, long overdue, and we just had it. So Stefan Burns called it 3 days ago. Now I'm calling for 10+, right? I'm saying 10.3, but it could be a lot more, unfortunately. I think that's coming over the next couple of weeks. We'll see how that works out. So he says, now Stefan Burns is saying that 8.7 megaquake, strongest in 14 years, struck. So they could be upgrading that. That's a pretty big upgrade from 8 to 8.7. That magnitude is incredible. Incredible. Yeah, you nailed it. Good. Absolutely. And so a lot of us are seeing this stuff. A lot of us are tapped into it. We're going to help you. We're going to guide you. That's our calling, to be part of that, to be part of the transition, to help awaken as many as possible. Now, one thing, unfortunately, that happens, not only do we have to be concerned with earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes, but we also have to be aware of storms. And we've had 1,000-year flooding all over America this year, right? And that's part of the earth changing and the moving into basically a cooling phase, right? So we're moving into mini glaciation phase, right? It won't be massive. It will be mini, not M-A-N-Y, but M-I-N-I, little mini, right? Although little mini for a lot of people, do you know most people die from cold and heat? Although they push the heat thing so much, don't they? It's a big fat lie because we're moving into, mini ice age, guys. So is it going to happen next year? No, it's a transition. Just like consciousness is a transition. Just like all these earthquakes and volcanoes and tsunamis and storms and so forth are part of the transition, right? So let's look at what China has been. I don't know. China must have really pissed somebody off because they've been having some serious flooding. Now, this is Byington. Oh shit! Oh, you gotta watch this lady run across. I try to stop it. Now watch this. Watch this lady that runs across this bridge. This is like something out of a. Look at her. Look at her. Everybody's, yeah, come on, you can make it, you can make it. That last step and boom. That's like out of some kind of disaster movie. Oh my God.
Over July 26th and 27th, 2025, intense rainfall brought widespread flooding to northern China, hitting Hebei province and the Beijing municipality especially hard. The relentless downpours triggered red level alerts, landslides, infrastructure failure, and mass evacuations, marking one of the worst summer flood episodes in recent years. In Hebei province, the worst hit areas included Baoding and Fuping County, where rainfall exceeded historical records.
Oh, did you see that guy on the motorcycle also go down? Watch the motorcycle guy on the right. Right here. He's going by way too with that truck. Oh, I don't know. I don't think that trucker probably survived, but you never know. Miracles happen. All right, so it is obviously these people are not intuitive, and they could have used my course, but unfortunately, they're godless. They go after Christians. They go after people that are, of different faiths. They organ harvest off of them. So somebody said in the chat, "Wrath of God," that could very well be for people of China and China in general. So we're going to see some areas are probably going to be affected more than others, right? The wrath of God type thing, right? So weather wars, Sully, yeah, very, very possible. Yeah, I'm brutal. I am brutal, Truth or Mike. I'm brutally honest. So I make light of it, but like I said, I was a Navy SEAL and CIA, and we have gallows humor, right? So the guy in the motorcycle and the guy in the truck, they didn't have intuition. So that's gallows humor. All right, so and it's true. I'm just saying the truth. Right? I'm not trying to be mean. All right, so more activity here in the United States. It's not somewhere else, guys. It's all over the world. All right, so let's look at this. And this is Oppenheimer Ranch project. He does an exceptional job as well. Another one of those guys I've been watching for a long time. He doesn't get the credit that he deserves. He's only got like 91,000. Of course, I only have 82, so he's got more than I do. But he's been around he fortunately did not lose his channel, right? He knew how to talk, and of course, I'm just a truther. I can't help myself.
Current earthquake swarm over at Mount Rainier continues now with over 1,055 quakes in just the last month. The largest
Okay, so that's the largest ever recorded quakes at Mount Rainier. It's just nothing to see there, is it? Don't worry. The geologists are in charge. They will make everything right. And while we're at the geologists, let's talk to the climatologist. They've been telling us that it's going to be very, very hot, and it's just going to keep getting hotter, right?
Seismic swarm ever recorded. Buckle up. We've got a lot to talk about. And keep calm, because it's boom time.
That's right. It's boom time, baby. Just keep calm, and it won't be a problem, right? You got intuition. If you don't have intuition, you're probably effed. But if you do have intuition, if you've been watching my show, maybe if you never did my courses, maybe it rubbed off on you. Maybe you had it already, so you just kind of like relate, right? So that's good. Now, some of you are like, with some of the shows that I have, Mike's lying. Whatever. Yeah, you're going to F around and find out. So now another thing that's a lot of people are effing around and finding out about is the collapse of the economy.
Stop you in your tracks. Sears, which once employed more Americans than the U.S. military, now has fewer stores than Starbucks locations in Manhattan. The company that built the American middle class is down to just...
Okay, so this is happening on a massive scale, but it's not getting really any press that I've seen. The stock market just keeps going up. Crypto just keeps going up. Silver keeps going up, which it should and will continue to go up. And gold will start to trail. And then eventually silver will explode upward. Now, I would like to see silver go ahead and test 41.30-ish and then do a pullback. I would like to see that happen this week and then go sideways for a little bit and then, knock out 44 and some change, go sideways a little bit and then knock out the all-time high, the big 50, right? Now that was an intraday. That was an intraday high. That wasn't like an annual. If you look at the annual, we're very close to the annual all-time highs, guys, which is like 43, something like that. So we're going to see the all-time high get hit pretty good, pretty quick. Now the intraday high will be taken out sometime this year and then some. So it is an incredible run up. If we go all the way back before 1977, before the big pop intraday high that happened back then, you're looking at 1,900% advance in silver. That's a long period of time. Crypto does that in a day, but no, not a day. It takes a little bit, but it does happen, right? Now, do you move your money around, or do you just sit and hold? Silver right now would be, in my opinion, has been for several years now, the one you want to sit and hold on. Now, the other ones, you go in, you move in, you make money, you come out of it. Will crypto continue to go up? There's a possibility. But if we have a major earth change event happen, probably going to see the stock market just go ahead and collapse. Right? We're not going to see it hit even higher highs. Crypto will not hit higher highs because crypto follows the stock market. Now, what doesn't follow the stock market? Well, that would be silver and gold. All right, so I'm looking at bigger picture, longer term, looking at what's going on in the world. Pullbacks are not a big deal to me. Pullbacks are buying opportunities at this point, and I will. If silver gets a nice pullback, which I think it will if it goes to 41 and some change, get a little pullback, several dollars back, maybe a little bit more before it takes off and really cranks. So we'll see. I could be wrong. It could just hit 41 and just keep going, right?
11 stores nationwide. 11 Sears stores. That's the death of an empire.
Now, I remember getting the Sears catalog when I was a little boy, and it was a dream catalog. And I looked through it. It's like, oh my God. And I remember going to the Sears store as a little boy, my eyes wide open. It's like all the things. And now Sears, 11 stores left. And he's going to talk about how there were more employees that worked for Sears alone than worked for the entire military at one point.
In just the past 12 months, major retailers have announced over 3,200 permanent store closures. CVS is shutting down 900 locations. Well, the 3,200 permanent
3,200 permanent store closings. That is not stock market hit all-time rally highs type material, is it?
Closures. CVS is shutting down 900 locations. Walgreens is closing 1,200 stores. Even Dollar Tree is liquidating hundreds of Family Dollar locations. These aren't pandemic casualties. These are permanent shutdowns of profitable stores in busy shopping centers. The entire business model of physical retail is collapsing. High rents that made sense when foot traffic was guaranteed now feel like death sentences. Organized theft rings are stealing stores out of business. An entire generation has simply stopped shopping in stores. What you're witnessing is the systematic dismantling of America's massively overbuilt retail infrastructure. Let's go through this lot now. Number one, Walmart. The retail giant is shutting down stores in 6 states, with California hit hardest at 6 locations. When the most successful retailer in history starts closing stores, you know the situation is serious. These aren't market-based closures. These are locations being stolen out of business by organized retail theft. Number two, Amazon Fresh.
Organized retail theft?
Company destroying physical.
You mean like California has probably some of the worst activity for businesses anywhere in the country. So California, in their wisdom, in their shopping malls and so forth, and retail stores in major cities, decided to like make parking almost impossible. So what do you think? If you make parking impossible, people aren't going to show up, and then those businesses are going to fail, and you're not going to get any income from them. Now in Chicago, they're deciding after I think 11 years or something like that, they're going to bring back another tax for businesses. So every business that has an employee will be taxed on every single employee. That's brilliant, all right? So that will drive out a lot of businesses from Chicago. In Chicago, why don't you just like learn how to cut costs instead of stealing from businesses and employees and so forth? No, they can't do that. They have to like drive it into the ground. Oh, well, Democrats, you'll learn. No, I don't think you will, right? So let's look at another one. All right, I love this guy. This is Metal Leo. I've shown him a couple times. Another guy that I like to follow and I support. And his channel has grown. And let's look. Union Square, San Francisco, terminated.
Look at this store. All vandalized. All the glass is broken. Union Square, nothing of what it used to be. More. And everything is for these. Next door, here in the corner, another one for these. Very large retail store, all empty. This was the main entrance. Everything's closed. And across the street, we got Saks Fifth Avenue, a very large upscale retail store that is now gone from the city of San Francisco.
Saks, Fifth Avenue, gone from the city of San Francisco. Wow. San Francisco in the heyday was it was the jewel of the Far East, or Pacific, the Far East, Pacific. And it is no longer. It is an eyesore and poopy town.
No matter how fancy they are, they can't survive. And it was just a matter of time. First they went by appointment only, and with all the traffic restrictions and safety hazards, there was only one way out.
Now check this out. Every Joseph A. Banks. So every store on every corner here is closed.
Everything's boarded up. More, one after the other. Look how nasty the ground is down there.
Yep, homeless sleep there and poop there and pee there, and it's a mess.
It used to be just a big banks. Gone. Yes, all the fancy stores are leaving. All of them. Police. I just finished doing my Galleria video here in downtown San Francisco, and as I was walking back to the bar station, I found all these alleys that were full of retail shops now closed. So I have to show you all of these. It's really sad to see this in mid-July 2025. Terrible what has happened here in the city. Next door, also empty. Everything around here. And all along that block, everything looks like it's for lease. On this corner here, on Southern Grand, every corner is closed. That one's closed. This one's closed. That one's closed. Okay, let's get across the street. With brown paper. So it's the one right next door, all covered with paper. There's the sign. This Citibank's still open, and this used to be another bank on this corner here. All for lease.
Now, a lot of these stores are walking on eggshells because of the theft. People come in and steal, and California does nothing about it. And they have a law that it has to be above $999 or something like that. Otherwise, they won't prosecute. So they just let the crime explode, and they've done nothing about it.
Retailers for lease. Look at this. We don't have to go very far to find. Now, these used to be like a yoga thing. Yep. This for lease. Sign is up there. Over here, empty. There's the sign. For lease. There's the signs up there. Now they're all been blacked out.
So this is Bloomingdale's. This is a huge Bloomingdale's. And he walks around. It takes up several blocks, it looks like. Right? It's gone. All right, so that's San Francisco. I've been reporting on, and of course, Metal Leo has been reporting on San Francisco basically collapsing. And the real estate, commercial real estate, pretty much around the country has collapsed, like 95% in some places. Now, you guys know that I've said that we're going to see home prices will also collapse 95%. I said this years ago that we would see that. We would see the stock market collapse up to 95%. So all of this is coming. So it's a collapse of the system. The system is going to collapse. The Federal Reserve inspired and controlled and manipulated system is going to collapse. If you look at the dollar in 1913, when the Federal Reserve basically came into the dead of night during Christmas, it was voted in. It was today, and by today's standard, 96.23% less. So That's what we're going to see in all this commercial real estate, in all the housing, in all of the businesses. And we're going to see silver and gold go to way beyond historical prices, right? It's going to be crazy. And then at some point, probably within the next several years, we'll start to come out of what will be a depression, right? So it is coming. You have to be ready for it. There's lots of things coming. There's lots of things that are going to be disturbing, but you have to be ready. You have to be on your toes. You have to be ready to move and groove. And of course, we have Starbucks. So I've said for many years, you can go without a cup of coffee and you can get LifeWave X39. Of course, I've done that. I've had that said to me about a lot of different products. So I stopped drinking, commercial coffee long ago. So it's no big deal to me. Occasionally I splurge and get a Starbucks, but it is not something I do every day. And I can see people like, they call in, they have the Starbucks waiting for them, all kind of crazy stuff. So that's good. But we're going to see a lot of Starbucks close. And this is another indicator. 90 locations by the end of 2026. That's going to increase. We're seeing the beginning stages of a lot of these businesses that will collapse. Right. So Starbucks, 90 locations. That's a nothing burger. Right. Now cities, Florida, like I told you guys, Florida real estate is collapsing. In the last downturn, Florida real estate collapsed. Nevada real estate collapsed. Let's look at, and they were the canaries in the coal mine. They should have collapsed a lot more. This time, they will.
As 2025 relentlessly unfolds, the high-stakes bet that fueled Nevada's growth is revealing its devastating price. Its cities are not just cooling, they are becoming modern-day ghost towns. This isn't a mere market correction. This is a profound existential shift, a creeping emptiness consuming the very pulse of vibrant communities. What insidious forces are draining the lifeblood from these Nevada urban centers? Is it the relentless thirst of a parched desert? The razor-thin margin of an economy caught in tourism's volatile grip? Or the suffocating burden of vacant properties abandoned by a vanished legion of buyers and panicked investors? Discover the Nation pulls back the curtain on this unsettling reality. We have identified the top 10 Nevada cities that are becoming ghost towns in 2025.
All right, those are Laughlin, Nevada, Burnley, Summerlin, Carson City, Sparks, North Las Vegas, Henderson, Reno. Wow, Reno is a ghost town. It is crazy how much Reno has collapsed. Elko and Las Vegas topping it off. Now, again, in the last downturn, we saw Las Vegas prices collapse upwards of 80%, right? This time it will be 95, right? It will be 95 at the very bottom. Now, the bottom will take a long time to get there. It will take years. It's not like it's going to, collapse and then everybody's going to come back and buy it the next day, right? It's not the way it is. It starts collapsing. People don't even want to touch it. And it keeps collapsing. It gets more momentum, keeps going down. It'll reach bottom at some point, and still people won't want to buy. That'll last for maybe years, right? Now, did people quit gambling in Reno? Yes. It becomes so. One of the first things that goes away when people stop using discretionary income, basically goes away, is gambling. And you can look in the history of that. That's one of the things that you stop seeing gamblers show up in casinos. That's canary in the coal mine. And so we're seeing that now in all of the gambling centers throughout Nevada, right? So that's going to continue. Thanks for your super chat. And for all you guys that do super chat, thank you very much. That helps things keep going. Of course, I would like to see you, get your own courses if you haven't done that. But if you would rather just, donate, that's fine. I don't have a donation. I never did that, but I guess here in YouTube, that's a cool thing. I like it. It's kind of cool. It's the way you show your appreciation. I like it. Right. Love you guys to do that. And if you don't do it, it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to. Right. Some of you guys just don't have the wherewithal to do much of anything. I understand that. I've been there. There was a point in my life where I wouldn't even have the time to look at stuff like this for free. Right. So I've been down, I've been out, and I've been high, I've been low. Right. I think we all been through that. But I think we're definitely going to see the economy go down, right? Bigly. And there's nothing that President Trump can do about that, right? He's doing his best. Maybe if he hadn't been taken out 4 years ago, we may not be in this situation, but now we are, right? So there's other things. Of course, there's distractions to keep him from, making things better. And that's another reason why we're going to see this thing become very bad. He could, if given the wherewithal and the backing, he could limit this downturn massively, guys. But you have the Democrats in their big fat cities and stealing money from everybody. They like that. They want to keep that going, and it's just going to drag everybody down with it. So Trump said Epstein stole Virginia Giuffre from his employment, along with other employees. And that is one of the reasons why he said Epstein can no longer come back to Mar-a-Lago, because he's stealing all my employees. And then, of course, we found out that he was doing more than just stealing them. He was raping them. So I believe that President Trump infiltrated the deep state, got info from them, kind of like me back in the day when I worked for the CIA, infiltrating. Right? Now he dressed up like they did. He put on the nice suit. He had the beautiful woman on his arm, and he went in and he found out stuff, and then he reported, and then things were decided and things were planned, right? And they told him, I'm sure, they're going to come after you. They're going to do a character assassination on you. They're going to maybe come after your family. They may even take some of your family members out. Remember his I think his first wife fell down the stairs and died. Yeah. So I remember looking at the Trump family. They were completely in shock. And I think there was more shock there than from, an accidental death. So this is something that Trump knew that was going to come. But he knew that the outcome of not doing something that he'd been trained and planned for and had planned for, and maybe even time traveled for. He knew that he needed to do this, and it will go down in history as one of the most incredible things ever. All right, so he cut ties with Epstein because he was poaching his employees. When asked by a reporter Tuesday if one of the employees Trump allegedly poached, if employees that Trump allegedly, that would be not Trump, but Jeffrey Epstein that poached him, poached her, was Virginia Giuffre. The president said, I think so. He stole her. Right. So the truth is coming out. Wow. That's pretty big, guys. That's a big one. And all the little doubters, all the little Trump haters, all the little, because they have little brains. I call them little, and all the little people have Trump derangement syndrome that has been programmed into them, and they can't get out of it for some reason. There's a lot of it that's assaulting that stupid programming and tearing it down. So this is part of the process. It's been ongoing for quite some time. Now, this is, I'll leave you with this, because this is Trump at his finest. And watch the maestro at work.
Just really with the chairman, he's showing us around, showing us the work. And so I don't want to get that. I don't want to be personal, but just would like to see it get finished. And in many ways, it's too bad.
Wow. So I don't know what was decided by the Fed dude. I should go look at it. I was concerned about the tsunamis and so forth, but I'm going to guess, and I would have guessed that he didn't change the rates. So I'm going to go ahead and make that call. Let me go look. Let's go see if I was right. Fed rate change. Oh, so it's not till tomorrow, right? The Fed is expected to hold rates steady as Trump. So good. We can use my remote view and intuition and go, okay, let's check. Let's check Mike. All right, so here we go. So Trump is like, look at the Federal Reserve President, Jerome Powell. He looks really uncomfortable, doesn't he?
Started, but it did start. And
so this Federal Reserve thing, it shouldn't have started, but it did start.
And in many ways, it's too bad it started, but it did start. And been under construction for a long time. It's going to be a real long time because it looks like it's got a long way to go.
So of course, the president is in real estate investment and built lots of real estate over the years. So he could look at something and make a quick assessment, don't you think? So it's going to be here. It's going to be under construction a long time because we're probably going to stop it. Right.
Are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
Well, I'd love them to lower interest rates.
I like that. You like that backslap? Yeah. Look at that face. I like for him to lower the interest rates. And he's thinking, ain't going to do it. I'm going to destroy America. And that's the way it is. All right. And that's the way it is for today, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. Things are going to get hectic. It's getting kind of hectic. And that's going to continue. It's going to increase. I know a lot of you are just tired. That's too bad. Stop being tired. Get excited. Be jovial. And love your neighbor. Love President Trump. And love especially all the baddies out there. Because that love basically brings them, destroys them, right? It's like water on the Wicked Witch. They melt with love. The love vibration. Send them the love vibration. And they will melt. All right, see you guys next time. There you go. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined once again by Clayton Thomas of the Root Wellness. I feel this is going to be a really, really good show because, I've been doing Root Wellness for over 3 years now. And, it was back during the COVID craziness. And I feel that Root Wellness was the thing of its time. It still is. And a lot of people have, maybe gotten away from it because they feel like, it's all over. But really, Root Wellness is something that you should be doing for the rest of your life, I think. It's one of those things. And it's a cleansing, a detoxing. I just listened to Dr. Christina Rahm on a couple of shows. And wow, I have the links to her shows in the description box. You guys need to watch those or listen to them. They're fantastic, and took my understanding of Dr. Christina Rahm, and of course Clayton's been cluing me up for a long time. I did a show with her in the past, but wow, unbelievable. So Clayton, we have a lot to talk about. So how have you been, sir?
Bro, it's good to be with family because
Absolutely.
we put the focus this year to not travel internationally as much,
Oh, good.
but that doesn't mean we're not bouncing around all over the country. So it's one of those things. We got to go spend 3 days down in Belize and working on some collabs down there, which was amazing to be able to get out of the country and eat clean food, and then
Yeah.
come back and realize why we've done what Christina's done, because you can't eat the food here, so you need something you can live on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you are dead on of understanding timing. And one, I think the big part of timing of why we're here right now, what process we're in the midst of, which you do so well in actually outlining to keep your community kind of understanding what the real big broad picture is.
Mhm.
And I was talking to Tracy on my drive down the road to get to the house before we got to pop on here, and understanding what's really going on in this world and what our process is for ascension, and how you have to understand that you've been programmed, you've been poisoned, and we ended up going to 90 countries in the last 5 years, and we had to come back because our focus is home. And as Christina touched on, we're Americans,
Yeah.
right? And we understand the importance of what that means. But what's interesting is our new collaborating partner, my chief technology officer, who's the former CTO at Cisco, right? So he's a data scientist in the same way that Christina is a bioscientist, and he built the data fabric systems at Bay. And the interesting part is he's gone over, he's like, where Palantir came from, right? I'm like, no, it's the big defense contractor. He's like, no, they just licensed a little bit of what Pegasus was, and they're running a couple programs from Pegasus. And if you know what Pegasus is, if you don't know what Pegasus is, you probably look it up. But the understanding of where we are from a tech standpoint, what's going on in the centralization, I'll say the centralization of everything in your life. You might think that there are good things that are being announced when it comes to crypto and these other components, but the same thing with AI, right? If you see what's being done in the government, regardless of who we voted for, right? Because they're in the beast, and whether the intention was true initially, the actions are showing you that they're being controlled. And Maha and Mega never had a .gov at the end of it, and they never will. So this whole process is understanding that it's us, it's community, it's businesses, it's entrepreneurs, it's individuals, it's communities that are responsible for this ascension process.
I've been saying it for years. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
And that's the lesson, right? But it's a matter of when you look at this from a perspective of humanity, it takes businesses and business owners. And I'm not supposed to make the announcement yet, but I'll do it anyway because I usually don't follow instructions very well. Like the Inc. 5000 recognizes the fastest growing companies in the United States that are privately owned over a 4-year period. And they're very, very strict with, who they choose in that. It was really cool to be chosen, right?
Wow.
So that's kind of the cool part of seeing how the business world is now identifying. They don't know how we did it. They just looked at they analyzed and went through all the numbers, and they're like, oh, you're in, you're cool.
Yeah.
But we're the ones who didn't take outside money, and we never spent any money on advertising. I never spent a single dollar on Google ads. We never spent a single money on Meta or Facebook ads or Instagram ads or TikTok ads or anything else. We spent it on people. Because of the importance of understanding the connectivity of humanity, that we're 6 degrees from 6.5 billion people. So the only thing businesses need to invest in is people. If you literally put your money where your mouth is and you invest in that and you produce the outcomes that are necessary to allow people to become what they're capable of becoming, then really cool things happen. And I think we'll get into some of the tech aspects of where we sit, because what Christina's created, and she might just pop in here because She's on her way. I got to come back home. So we could hang out. She might pop on and I'll have her touch on some of the stuff, but
Fantastic. Wow.
what she's literally done is already on tape, right? We have the research registries that track the quality and cost improvements in what she's created. Because when you watch the interview with Sean Kelly and you watch the interview that she did with Gary the actuary, you'll see that she's not like us. And here's the coolest part. If you go on Wikipedia, you can search people and get their bios, because you get this group of people that do analysis and they create a bio for someone that you can't actually create. I can't create my own personal Wikipedia bio. It's done by all these other people that do research. They've been trying to do hers for 2 years, and the people that have been trying to do it for us on the outside were blocked, and they'd been blocking it. And then she got a call from one of her colleagues. She's like, "Look, I got a spook on the phone, and she's like, "Oh, is it Halloween?" Because he wasn't in this country. He works in a country that everybody's really aware of because of war-torn environment right now, but they have a lot of really good coders and programmers and hackers in that country. And he's like, this is what's going on. You're blocked because of this and this and this. We'll have that taken care of in a couple days. And then it was done in 15 minutes. But what's interesting, if you look up Christina's Wikipedia page, you will find stuff that she's never talked about. And when you search her name, you can look up Dr. Christina Rahm now, and you'll see what her history's been, right? Where she's been, what she's done. They got almost all of her degrees right. They did one of the PhDs, which is actually an MD. But you have a literal bioscience engineer that's been in every aspect of healthcare at the highest levels of medical and clinical science that knew what was going on over the last 5 to 6 years. But she knew this 20 years ago because of the environments she was in. And if you know what's going on and you leave that environment because you know the problems in the system, and the only way that you can actually get people well is to get out of the system, and you understand how to do the things that she's done, you can take nature and start coding and programming nature in a way and combining these components from nature that allow you to get outcomes that we've never seen before. And because she comes from that space, we have the data, we have the protocols for disease-specific states, we have the clinical outcomes that have now been expert reviewed and published, and the publications of that data and the outcomes have allowed her to file for patents on the process and mechanisms to address specific disease states. So in September, she filed for the patent for reversing autism. Over the last couple months, she filed for the patents for neurological diseases and colon cancer and diabetes and dementia and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. She's actually filed for patents to reverse these issues, because she's not talking about treating symptoms the way they used to. She understands the underlying problems and has built the mechanisms to address all that. Because just like our CTO is doing with hardware and operating systems on a data standpoint, she understands the hardware and the operating system that God created us in and is recoding that. But that process is something that takes a little time and a little work, because we've been poisoned for literally a millennia, right? And it's a multi-generational process that we've been through to get us to the point where we are so docile and controllable and so poisoned that they're able to control us in the way that they do. Oh, is that the boss?
That's her.
Yeah. Hey, that's the art room. I could actually take you up there right now.
Oh, wow. Beautiful. Wow. My purpose is to unify humanity through science, compassion, and global vision, always guided by integrity and a desire to create lasting impact. Now, when I was listening to those interviews, she talked, and I know she talked about it, you've talked about it, the Lyme disease. She got, when she was at 19, she was one of the first people that was diagnosed with Lyme disease. So now they've discovered that it's not from ticks, it's from other things.
Well, hold on. Here's the craziest
ahead.
part with this. So she's
Mhm.
19 years old. She's at a
Right.
church camp in North Carolina, falls in a tick bed, 105-degree temperature for a couple weeks, literally loses her memory.
Yeah. She couldn't remember two plus two, and she's like A+ in everything most of her life. It's crazy. Wow.
She won National History Day in middle school because she could speed read and she had a photographic memory.
Mm.
And she lost all of it. But when she came out of it,
gained something in that, and this is the most important thing. So go ahead.
So when she came out of it, her brain rewired. So she went from having a photographic memory to an eidetic memory, and could process things even faster. So she got a literal reboot and an upgrade through this process. So sometimes when you think of, oh my God, you know, I have this disease, I have all this stuff, my life is terrible, I'm a victim of my environment. She was like, oh no, I'm going to learn from this, and I'm going to learn how to beat it. Now here's the craziest part, because people have given her a lot of trash talk over, you know, where she works. Well, she's a literal savant. So they figured out really quickly that she's a unique mindset. When she was at Pfizer, she was doing a research project at Camp Pendleton. You know where that is. You've been there.
Oh yeah.
They were doing a study on zithromax and fluconazole, because those are two of Pfizer's products. And they were looking at how to treat a couple things like anthrax, because the combination of those two is actually already proven and studied to eliminate anthrax. You should probably have some of that in your house. If you actually, we can create a little conversation for everybody that wants to get two of those from one of my pharmacy friends. So you should have this in your house, and you should listen to what Christina talks about with using antifungals to go along with everything. But you should also understand that every single product that she's created, Clean Slate, Zero In, Restore, Relive Greens, Give Me Back My Youth, Natural Barrier Support, Immune Defense Shield, Sculpt and Crush, all of it, Clean Spirits, are all
now we need to talk about Clean Spirit, because I tried Clean Spirit, but when I heard her talk about it, liver detox, that is one of the biggest things right now. So yeah, well, I don't want to interrupt you, but let's go back to where she's the savant. So she was all into natural stuff. She grew up in a natural family.
Grows up in the farm, sprayed with pesticides. Sprayed with pesticides every freaking day. We were just up at our farm in Missouri where she grew up, and the people, we were hanging out with people around there. They're like, you know, we have the highest rates of cancer in the country, right? They're like, this area, Stoddard County, is known to have some of the highest rates of cancer in the entire country. And they're like, we can remember just getting sprayed. You know, they're spraying stuff right now, all the glyphosate, all the chemicals. Our farm actually has never been sprayed. We have a horse that's been on our property for 38 years. Matt might be 39 now.
Wow.
So he's
That's
rocking
like
it.
Record, isn't it?
He's about 5 years away from the record. So now I've got him on all of our stuff. And
he's going to make it. That's going to be.
I'm pushing Matt for the record. But they have all these cancer issues because of what's been done to the environment. But she's at Pfizer. She's doing this research project at Pendleton. She's in the C-suite. She's in the C-suite, and they're like, and they're talking about zithromax and fluconazole and a couple things, and they start talking about Lyme's disease and how they were doing work with fleas and ticks and mosquitoes and putting this in them, and what they were doing in Europe, because they were creating a mechanism that they could create Lyme's disease and use it in Europe. And she went, hold on a second here. How do you know that hasn't come to the United States? They're like, oh no, we didn't do that. And she's like, this is a long time ago, right? This is almost 30 years ago. And you can actually look on her wiki page and know the exact times that she was at Pfizer. And so she's like, hold on, I had Lyme disease. So it opened her up to go, oh, whoa, wait a minute here. This is a different pathway. There's some stuff that I have to learn on how to address this because of what's been done. Yeah. You know, that Lyme is sexually transmitted, which if you don't think it is, it's absolutely crazy. So that means my wife's had Lyme, and if you listen to what she talks about from spirochetes and how the bacteria is the Borrelia bacteria, it's always in you. You can never clear all of it out. So I have Lyme. right?
Almost everyone does.
Everybody does because of how it spread, how it is spread. The question is your environment conducive to them taking over, right? Only at a point where you're compromised enough where that can overcome your system do you have problems, because that's the importance of having balance, right? And I don't have health problems. I've never had health problems. The last time I went to a doctor was a pediatrician, right? And it was funny because I'm doing a big life insurance policy from a long-term planning standpoint. And, you know, it's large sum of money. And the, I should say it like Trump, it's huge. It's the biggest life insurance policy I've ever seen in my life, right? It's the greatest policy ever done by the greatest people in insurance. But I'm talking to them and they're like, okay, we got to do your labs. We got to do all this stuff. And we need to do, you know, MIB analysis, and we need to get your medical records. I'm like, you won't find any. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, I don't have medical records. They're like, you have to have medical records. I'm like, no, I've actually never been to a doctor since I was with my pediatrician. And they're like, that's not true. I'm like, go ahead, look it up. I don't have a history of being in front of a doctor. Never. They're like, you're not lying. They're like, you know, we'll find out. I'm like, go look. There isn't one. And that's, I think, the important part of having a history of experience and understanding the foundational pieces that put us in this situation. That what Christina's done, she's already known this was coming, right? And I mean everything. When she was at Bristol Myers Squibb doing HIV research with mRNA, the first research that was done with mRNA vaccines, she was on the team that did it. Do you think there's a coincidence in that? She's one of the first people to have Lyme. She was at Bristol Myers Squibb doing HIV research, right? Oh, Lyme was created in New York. How about that?
Plum Island. Yep.
Yeah. So you
Nazis came over and created it. Yeah.
And that's not like theory.
That's why they don't know about it, because it was recently created.
Who knew?
Yeah.
And so and like she was talking about with Sean, that the medical establishment, when things happen in the environment and happen to people, they won't adjust for like 30 years. Well, you could call that plausible deniability in many aspects, because they did that with Agent Orange, right? It took them 40 years to admit fault for what was done with dioxin and Agent Orange, right? And the same thing with glyphosate. And now with the stuff that they've replaced glyphosate with, you know, which is in order of magnitude worse than what glyphosate is. Right. So you look at this, and these are not things that you can control in the environment, because you have very controlled people, some of which have sold themselves out, you know, for money, for power, for everything else. And we know at the top of the food chain who's in charge of that, who's pulling those strings. He goes by multiple names.
Yeah.
So if you know the game and you've been on the board and you know how the game is played, and you know where the pieces are, and you know how to talk to the pieces, and you know how to get around the board, then you can play the game, but you can play the game differently.
Yeah.
And you can play by their rules and come
Clayton,
into their space.
This is what I love about you guys, because you've been traveling all over the world. You've been rubbing elbows with the elite, and they want the best for their people.
Yes,
now,
they do.
When I was in the CIA, there were the good guys, and they put us up front so that everybody could see, look, we're good. But in the background, there's people that are sabotaging our work. And that's what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to go out and unsabotage everything and bring in the right stuff. And people are trying to support you the best they can. But there's this globalista, you know, thing that's going on that has to be taken down. And like you said, we, the people, have to do that. We have to work together to do it.
And you have to understand, like you talked about, and we've gotten so much shit from being in parts of the world where people are like, you're collaborating with the cabal. And like, no, we're actually
I did the same thing. You see things
infiltrating. It's called surveillance.
Yes.
Right. It's a matter of, if you're not there and you can't understand how the game works. You can't have conversations with people that you might not agree with, but one of my mentors, they wrote this amazing book about him. He was the dude that would turn over tables, but he would sit down with the tax collectors and the prostitutes, where everybody else was like, those are the bane of existence and you shouldn't talk to them. And he's like, who else is going to do it? I need to show them a different way because I am the way. Right. So if you're not willing to understand who has your back, right? If you understand the terminology, it was funny because my executive assistant was, he was doing outreach for me today and reached out to some people on Instagram. He's like, what's your code for root? I'm like, agape. And he looked at me. He's like, what's that mean? I'm like, yo, Joy, Cam doesn't know what agape means. I'm like, you weren't raised right, my young friend.
Right.
It's like, I got you.
Yep. Education time.
But when you understand who made you, who your real example is, and who walks with you, because they made this statement, you never walk alone, right? And it's something that you have to understand. And there's all these different analogies. The dude walking on the beach and he's walking with Christ, and he's like, there's two sets of footsteps, and then there was only one. He's like, and he's blaming Christ for not being there, and he's like, no, I carried you. Like,
right.
But you have to be willing to go into places where no one else is willing to go, because you don't walk with fear. I mean, and you guys, I was talking with Rich Davini about this a couple days ago, because we got Rich goodies, and talking everything about he's done with SEAL Team 6 and and hand picking guys, and the interview process and the understanding of how you take guys with unique skills and how you bring them all together, because you were one of those dudes, right? And you understand how that's amalgamated. You take guys that are capable of doing things that a normal person is not capable or willing to do, and it's not due from massive feats of strength. It's being a very unique individual that works together with a team to fill specific roles and do things really, really well. That's what we have to understand we're built for. That's why we're here, right? Christina wrote in her first book that we're each an imperfect piece to a perfect puzzle. And when you understand that you are unique for a reason, but social media and all this bullshit is being constructed to get you to believe that you're not made to be you, you should be like someone else. You should have plastic. You should have all of this other work done. You shouldn't be who you are. You should be like somebody else. Yeah.
So this interview, guys, like I said, highly recommend it. Dr. Christina Rahm, How to Detox Your Body from Lyme Disease and Heavy Metals Naturally. So great interview with Gary Brecka, the ultimate human. He's great. I love his work. But that was a great interview because he's got the scientific mind. And of course, they got to romp a little bit. And I was like, Christina, she's like pushing the envelope here. I can understand her. I can't talk her language, but I can understand it.
Yeah.
So that's the beautiful thing about this, because she's been on a certain level. So I love that she got into that. And then the other one that she did was kind of a spiritual thing. They touched on spirituality just a little bit. But the next one that she did with Sean, yeah, they went down that rabbit hole really nice.
I need to connect you with Sean. Actually, you need to do a pod with Sean. I think that will be dope. And he's in Vegas.
I would like that. I like the way he thinks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
and
good.
He's one that's getting acclimated to the Rootverse. Loves Zero In. And so it's watching the tentacles start to spread out in different spheres and different areas of influence,
right,
because of how things are flowing. It is kind of interesting starting to work with Russell a little bit. Russell calls them zooms. He loves Zero In, and it's trying to harness that tornado of influence is fun right now. His manager is with him down in Florida, and I'm like, look, give him this and this and this, because we got in touch with Russell because one of his good friends in London has cancer, and now he kind of doesn't have cancer anymore because of being on goodies, but now he's dealing with the consequences of the chemo and radiation that they did to him, while he was on our stuff, because he's in the system in London.
Right. And that was some of the things that Dr. Christina was talking about. She got the Lyme disease at a very young age, and another girl around the same time frame was diagnosed.
Maria Menounos. Yep.
Both of them got brain cancer.
Same brain tumor. Same, not just brain cancer, the same brain tumor, a prolactinoma brain tumor. There's only 4,000 of them. They've only seen like 4,000 prolactinomas, and it was amazing sitting together with them because now they're friends, and we're in LA, and they're sitting together talking, and I'm like, you guys have both had this. This is quite interesting, and they both got Lyme almost at the same time, but Maria's a little bit younger than Christina is, so having them talk about their experiences, and Christina's like, it's really, really rare that you've had the same brain tumor as I had, and she's had Christina's had a syringomyelia spine tumor and squamous cell and basal cell and all these different kinds of skin cancer because of what she grew up with. And Duquesne, our oldest son, was a partial molar pregnancy. So ladies, if you want to know who to listen to the woman that's actually been through it, not all this other social media stuff. Right. She had twins, and one of them became a partial molar pregnancy, which means the twin became cancer. And in lieu of getting a medical abortion, she elected to carry to term with the other one because she knew he was going to be outstanding. And he's our oldest one. He's the reason we made Rom Roast. And she elected to have cancer throughout her entire body in order to have her son. And then after having her son, and then being able to then be gifted with a brain tumor, and then, all kinds of skin cancer. And then she gets pregnant with Merritt Ella, our fourth one, our youngest daughter. She's pregnant, doesn't know it, finds out she has a spine tumor, gets a bunch of radioactive isotopes to treat the spine tumor, and finds out she's pregnant.
Oh.
And they're like, we just hit you with a bunch of radioactive isotopes, and we just found out you're pregnant. You have to have an abortion because we don't know what's going to happen. And she always wanted a girl, and she had 3 boys. And so this is very, very, very early on. And she's like, oh no, I'm going to have her, and it's going to be a girl, and she's going to have red curly hair. And guess what? She knew. So
wow.
When you look at that and you go, okay, who am I going to use as a resource and a reference that's maybe gone through the stuff that stresses us out? Maybe, from an SSRI standpoint, you go, I don't feel good. I got depression and whatnot. You'd want to work with the woman that actually worked on SSRIs.
Yeah. And she's got all your products are all natural. They're fantastic. But she's been into biotech. She's ran a biotech. She was the CEO of a biotech company.
Yeah. No, she's
big pharma on like you're talking about, military bases and all kind of underground dumps and all kind of crazy stuff. So she knows all this stuff. She's not bashing for big pharma because there is good stuff.
She's been there. Yes. And she knows the good,
biotech,
but she's
there's good stuff there. But there's bad stuff too. And so that's why you guys have a great business and you're doing good work. Thank you.
And it's knowing where the good is in those things, because people are like, ivermectin, you need ivermectin. Okay, do you know who made ivermectin? I'm like, you don't like Merck? Okay. Point. It's like, oh, well, fluconazole is crucial as an antifungal, but you hate Pfizer. Zithromycin, Zithromax, Z-Pak, kind of promoted by everybody because of what it does from an antibiotic standpoint. I mean, and what it's capable of doing, but you have to have an antifungal with it because there's one woman that actually understands that fungus is the big problem, and that's what's killing people.
Yes. Great interview about that. I've been on that for 5 years, and she blew it up on that interview. Good.
Right. And you go, and
zeolites and silica and how that basically takes that out of your body. God.
And I've been working with Clino for 20 years, right? I've got I'll have to send it to you. I've got an interview I did with Mike Adams, the health ranger, 10 years ago. No, it was 9 years ago. It's on. Okay. It's funny when I go to YouTube, it comes up because it's my thing on YouTube. And I was listening to it last week because I'm like, I've got to listen to how terrible this interview was, because it was like when podcasting was kind of first starting, and I had just moved here to Nashville. I can remember I was in the hotel I was staying at. I was sitting on the bed, and I can remember talking with Mike, because Mike is one that he does his research, he does all his testing, and he will bash the hell out of things that don't line up. And I can remember when we finally got to talk on the phone, I'm like, dude, let's just record this right now. I'm here. He's like, well, one rule, we can't attack one another personally. I'm like, shit, I have no reason to. We're probably going to agree on a bunch of stuff. But
Yeah, he's a good dude. I like him.
He's a really good dude, and I think the important part in this is
I had a good interview with him. Yeah, he was fun.
The cream rises to the top, but success leaves clues.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have people in social media that are like, oh my God, I'm saying these things so I can get clicks and I can hear stuff, but you hadn't been doing what you're doing now 10 years ago or 20 years ago. Shut up and get out of the way. Right? Because you can identify those people and know that they're not here for the right reason. Right? If you go back 2 to 3 years, like you did some of these tours, you got to see the bullshit, all of these different tours that were going on and these revivalist approaches for Maha and Mega. And now you realize that most of the people doing that were full of shit. Right.
Yeah.
And you start to see the bickering because all they want is exposure, to be like, oh, I'm special. Put me in front of the limelight. I want to do this. I want to make my money. That's not what it's about. It's not what it's ever been about. It's about people
delivering, doing something for humanity.
Yes.
And that's what we're talking about right here. If you're not helping humanity wake up, if you're not helping humanity survive, which you guys not only surviving but thriving, you're not in the game. You're just part of the noise. And there's so many people like you just described are out there like that. Now
the machine is all about deception.
It's all about frequency. And I love that Dr. Christina Rahm talked about that, healing frequencies. So you can find those from natural ingredients, which you guys have done, and you put them in the Trinity pack and the clean slate and the Zero In. God, I love Zero In. Best products, and everyone should have Zero In.
How many are you taking? Are you taking 2 or 3 at a time?
I only take 2 unless I really want to go big time.
So when I'm playing golf, when I play golf, I'll take 4 before the round because golf is such a mental game, and I'll take 2 more, usually 2 more around the 8th hole. And I don't get to play golf. I don't get to play a lot of golf. But I love to play because of just the mental focus and the challenge of it. And, you basically are your own reason you fail.
But it's beyond mental. You're going into a zone, dude, when you take that stuff.
That's the beautiful part of the recall of things that you've learned before and the access that you get to it. And you go, oh, I'm supposed to do this. And I haven't swung a golf club in 6 months. And you can go out and be like, oh, yeah, I just need to do this and this. And I'm like, how come I haven't been doing that for the last 10 years? I learned it 20 years ago. You go, oh, I just got to do this. And here's the thing. You hear people talk about SSRIs and you hear people talk about dopamine and you hear people talk about serotonin. And they're like, oh, well, you have a serotonin deficiency or, dopamine's great, but, you got to figure out how to make dopamine. That does both. And it feeds your gut what it needs to make dopamine so your brain can get what it wants when your intention wants it. That's the difference in bioscience engineering. But when you talk frequencies, here's the real key part that she learned in biotech because she's a quantum physicist and a nanobiotechnologist. Why is it that Viagra works differently than generic sildenafil? Is it the ingredient, or maybe is it things that they're doing in the production of those that's programming Viagra to be a little bit different? Do you think that they understand that frequencies and polarization and other mechanisms of energetics can have an influence on an ingredient?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I'll tell you from having a wife who's been in this world. They know. And they've been doing that for a long time. And we can get into 432 versus 440 and how they've, manipulated music and how we're going to be changing that part. We have really cool partners now.
Wow.
But the aspect of understanding, it's not just the ingredients, right? Because you can go shop and you can look up an ingredient. You can look up clinoptilolite, and there's all these liquid zeolite products, and I can break down every one of them for you on why most of them are bullshit, because I've been in this space for 20 years. I can go back to the work that I was able to do with Harvey Kaufman. Here's a crazy coincidence. This guy by the name of David Schmidt,
mm-hmm.
that has this company called LifeWave.
Mm-hmm.
You're familiar with them, right? Patches are really cool, and these stickers, and what they do on Chinese meridians for bouncing energy back into the system. Well, I was one of the first 10 people involved in the company a long time ago. So I I know more than I let on at times. But the fun part is being able to understand that science. But I was introduced to this whole Clino thing early on in what I was doing with LifeWave, and David, because he hadn't been in the MLM space very long, terminated me from my MLM position in LifeWave, which basically freed me up to go do elsewhere. But understanding how these things work together, right? And how Harvey Kaufman, who's up in Ohio, created the first process for trying to break up clinoptilolite with patent number 6288045, which is where I cut my teeth a long time ago. And understanding what you can do with this amazing crystal and what it can do energetically, what it's made to do physically. And then 10 years into this journey, I meet Christina, and she's like, well, we've been doing this for a long time in biotech, because we use clinoptilolite for, delivery mechanisms in pharma and biotech. And that's why it's a drug in Europe. That's why Clean Slate's the only product that's, I'll say, in this category that's actually legally approved for use and consumption in Europe. And that took some work to explain to the regulators over there what makes Clean Slate different. Why, yes, we use clinoptilolite as a raw ingredient, but the process and mechanisms that she's doing, which are all patented now with multiple patents, that outline that she's able to take this crystal and frack it and open up the bioavailable silica, because clinoptilolite is a sodium aluminosilicate. She figured out how to make the silica bioavailable. That's the secret of this entire crystal. Everybody else is actually
I like the way you're calling it a crystal, because a lot of people don't think silica is crystal, but it is.
It is a crystal.
So you're crystallizing your body. Yeah, I love this.
Because when you understand what we are,
we're going in that direction. Yes,
we are a liquid crystalline matrix. If you want to solve this creationism debate and intelligent design, let's solve it right now, because it's not going to be found in a religious text. It's found in reality. The planet that we live on is 70% seawater, 70% water, 17% silica, and then a mixture of other components that make up this fractal universe. The human body consists of 70% water, 17% silica, and a mixture of other components. We are made from the environment that we come from, but we are made very highly intelligently, strategically, and programmed and coded to be like our creator. So what does that mean? This is the one thing that pisses me off with new Christians and people talking about this. And they say that Christ and God made Christ and made people in his image, and they're trying to translate the fact that God was human. God wasn't human. God's light. And we know now, because we have the ability to look deep enough, that when you take cells and go deep enough into them with a microscope, you understand that there is one thing that makes us up: light. So the Creator created us in his image, light. You can't argue with that. It's published, it's proven. So if you understand that as a basis, and then you understand that the light bulb has been turned down so much that it's barely on.
Mm-hmm.
That if you start to clean up the bulb itself, because it's got this patina over it, so you can't even see that it's on because it's been poisoned, and maybe somebody's redirecting all the power that goes to that light bulb and siphoning it off to have other control in another area. But if you start to clean up the light bulb and you start to fix the fixture itself, and then you realize that once you start to do that, you can use other mechanisms, and you start dialing it up a little bit, and it gets brighter. And you're like, oh, wait a minute. There's more light.
That zero in, yes. And so you got turmeric, pine bark, and velvet bean seed. So tell us how these are basically activating your neurons on a super. I mean, everyone that's into sports, everyone that shoots, everyone that drives high performance, everyone should be on that stuff.
if you like, you have to qualify this.
Yeah.
If you like winning, you should use 0 in. If you prefer mediocrity and
Don't use it.
and losing, don't touch this stuff.
I agree
got
completely.
a BJJ guy that was just fighting in the championships on TV. And one of my new partnering ambassadors works with him. They're really close friends. They're actually business partners. And he's had 0 in his hands. So he's like, hey, he's going to be on TV. He's the championship fight this weekend on Friday. It's going to be televised. And I'm like, good. And then I didn't get to watch it. And he's like, he lost in a decision. And I was like, oh, he didn't take 0 in, did he? He's like, no. I'm like, yeah, that's why he lost. I'm like, why would you not do that? I've got world champions in karate that are like, I took a couple 0 in before my bout. I'm like, yeah, you won. He's like, yes. I'm like, did you see guys like flinch a little bit and you knew they were telegraphing a move, so you knew exactly what they were going to do?
Oh,
and
yeah.
you were able to adjust faster than they were doing? He's like, yeah, it felt euphoric and it almost felt unfair.
Speed is impressive. Yeah.
I'm like, that's dopamine, and there's your friend, and it's already banned substance free because you can see the little black icon on the top left that says BSCG. That's Banned Substances Control Group. That means BSCG is the world's leader in drug testing for any performance athlete and such. Oh, I have a special gift for you because she'll talk about this.
Good.
So you have the proof, but are you ready? Can you talk about my favorite product and what you did with it and why these 7 ingredients come together to be so dope?
Which product?
Oh, that would be 0 in.
Hi there.
I'm going to step aside so you get the show. So what makes
Michael
0 in special?
Well, 0 in, first of all, hi, Michael. It's so good to see you. Hi.
We had a great discussion about your 2 previous shows where you were talking about, all the stuff you've been through. And it's amazing, natural side, biotech, big pharma, and you have, basically put this all together and come up with these amazing products that are definitely helping humanity on a major level. Now we were basically going into how we think 0 in is like the bomb.
Yeah.
Of course, the Trinity one by one, but the 0 in, because guys like to perform and we like to win. and you've created something that does. We're about to discuss the velvet bean seed that's in it, some other things. So maybe you could jump in there. So.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, and I think Clayton may have talked to you guys about this, and Michael, I may have told you, and Tracy, I'm not sure, but like the 0 in basically first started as a sexual enhancement for women. So I was working on a product to enhance, because I understood, because I had been at Pfizer when we launched Viagra. I was in an area business manager, then moved over to medical marketing. And then later in my career, as you know, I was in research and science and clinical stuff. But I literally never understood why they didn't do something for women. And one of the answers was because women are so emotional, and mental, and okay, Clay, and they really want to feel connected, right? It's not just a sexual experience; they want to feel connected. So I started working on an adaptogenic nootropic that could help women perform better, because I knew by helping neurotransmission with dopamine and serotonin and different areas that would help them also want to have sex. Because the problem with the antidepressants and the SSRIs or ADHD medicine or anxiety medicine is people don't know this, but long term, that impacts a lot of times your sexual lives, right? You gain weight long term, you don't have as much sexual energy. And I wanted something that would help in those areas with like depression, anxiety, all of those areas that would make women want to perform sexually. But then I added pine bark velvet bean, which is interesting while you said that. I was working with L-theanine, L-arginine, and I had worked on so many adaptogenics in the past. And the more I tested it, the more I started realizing, oh my gosh, I'm working out better. I look better. I'm losing weight. Here was my problem. If I take it at night, like if your wives, just you guys that are in there, men or women, if you're taking it at night or you're taking it during the day, most people don't pay attention to this. A lot of times there is an increase in sexual desire, because you're supporting the body's neurocognitive thought process and neurodegenerative, everything cognitively, emotionally, mentally, right? Naturally.
Right.
But the great thing about it is that same it's not medications, it's a natural, I say
Mechanism.
medication, it's a natural product, it's all natural, but that same mechanism, those same pathways help you work out better, help you to stay focused. For me, it ended up being a lifesaver, because if you think about this, we launched Root, one company, went to over 90. I've now worked with 92 governments, and it was a lot for me, right?
Yeah.
So that one thing keeps me on focus, on target throughout the day. If I do not take zero in by 3 or 4 o'clock, I've lost my focus. And for me at this point in my life, I don't have that option. And a lot of people will say, well, Christina, you don't need to work so hard. You need to work smarter. I'm sorry. I'll be very honest. Let me tell everyone, and Michael Jaco will agree. I know, because I already know the man he is. I know my husband. You have to do both in life. You have to work smart, but most of us that have worked and are this age, I'll say my age, when you've gotten in your 50s, you've worked, to me, to do what I've done, I've had to work hard and smart, right? And the older I get, the more I understand that I have to work smart. You're right. So that zero in really helps me focus, because pine bark and velvet bean, I used 2 of the vines and barks that are only located in 2 locations in the world. And I did micro dosing, because if you take that at a very high dose, it's kind of like mushrooms or cannabinoids or different things. It can cause different things. However, if you take it at a lower dose, it doesn't do any of that. It simply supports the body in the neural transmission and the communication. But what I really love about Zero In and about all the products at Root, because I understood, I'm not a huge person about global warming, even though I'm into the environment, but I am a person that understands that our environment has toxins. We've had war, that. We've had lots of things that have happened. And my goal is to detox the body. I don't believe depression's natural. I don't believe obesity is natural. I think our world has been so bombarded, and human beings we've kind of lost our connection, and we feel lost. And I don't blame anyone for that. I never think people should feel guilty when they're depressed. You shouldn't feel guilty if you don't want to have sex. You shouldn't feel guilty if you've gained weight. But what you need to do is love yourself enough to give yourself products. And doing something natural, to me, is so much better than choosing something that has side effects. I am not against pharmaceuticals. I am not against biotech, but what I'm for are for humanity. And I want to make sure people understand I use different degrees of frequencies and different degrees of polarizations and magnets to make that product more bioavailable. The goal is not just to support and make you better. The goal at the same time is to remediate, get rid of the bad things in the body, and make your body as good as it can be. And that's the goal with that product. By adding certain sequences of frequencies, as well as ingredients in the process of manufacturing, and by using a patented process I developed, we were able to produce this product. So I'm very thankful for it, and I hope it helps a lot of people.
Are you saying that you can actually code and program nature?
Well, they do it in pharmaceutical and biotech. They do it in bioprinting. They do it in cloning. So I'm just going to tell everyone, frequencies, energy control everything, and you can do it naturally or you can do it synthetically. But that's one of the things I have to say. People need to believe in nature, and they need to believe in human beings, and they need to believe that we are smarter than a mutation or a virus, that we can beat things. It's hard. All of us are experiencing so much pain in the world, and there's so much that we're going through. But this particular product for me has been a game changer, because what people haven't understood, Michael, what you probably do, is while the world's been going through that, so have we, right? Like our lives aren't perfect. We are seeing the rest of the world and what's happening.
Mine's pretty good, though.
It's pretty.
I'm married to you.
Thank you. Well, this is so. But what I think is so fantastic is we have these. And if you ask me, Christina, are you done? It's like saying to you, Michael, are you done? No, we're at the tip of this. We'll keep doing more and more to really help the world and help humanity. But I have to say, each person's going to react differently. Our DNA is connected, but we're all different and unique. And I'm just hoping people try it so they can see how it can impact their lives. And one last thing, mothers, if you have children, I don't tell people what to do with their children. I always say, use your gut instinct. You're sovereign, right? You own your body. Let's give people back who they are. Let's not take away who they are. Mothers, if you have children, you can't solve all the issues. And I know that, but this is a product that can help in different areas, support what they need to do with their lives. And being a mother of four, I think that's really important.
You have a patent you filed for on the addressing of issues with autism.
Yeah.
But also patents on.
Must be psychic. I know you were talking about this in the last show, and I was about autism.
We talked to her about remote viewing too, because you guys both do remote viewing.
That's why she asked us to dinner.
Oh.
My daughter, Michael, I got to tell you this, he doesn't know, but we had a business dinner tonight, and I know we're doing this live, but that's okay. People can understand that you have a life and we have a life. Our daughter, who's getting ready to go to college, asked if we could go to dinner to talk about college. And so I have to leave by 6. Sorry.
Where is she?
She's at J. Alexander's.
Okay.
Anyway, let's go to Clean Slate. But you know how that is. It's my daughter. So I just.
My favorite restaurant. Good one.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. We're doing a promotion for J. Alexander's. No, Clean Spirits for me, I would put that, and Clay knows this, in the hands of every person in the world if I could. We have a new partner we're getting ready to work with that's huge in the entertainment business. He's such an amazing guy. And I told him that. I said, if I could help people just clean out the inside of their bodies, because the body doesn't clean out on its own. Naturally, it's supposed to, right? Your bladders, your kidneys, bladder, kidneys, pancreas, everything, right? It doesn't though, because we're at this tipping point. And it's kind of like if you're going into a war zone, right? And you're going to fight, you got to bring all the ammunition, all the tools you can. So you got to give the tools to the body. The body's got to detox, get rid of it. And Clean Slate truly, in my opinion, is a game changer for the world, because it's silent a lot of times. I say that, and then I meet someone that has autism or someone that has ADHD, and they tell me they do one drop, not dropper, but one drop of Clean Slate, and they feel differently. And that's because the body reacts when you detox. Sometimes it's silent. Sometimes you have more energy. Sometimes you break out in a rash. Sometimes you do different things. But I've said this my entire scientific career. Detox is backwards in this world. When you do things to detox, the problem has been historically, which is why some countries won't even let you say the name, like Germany, is because people can detox and do chelation therapies and different things and hurt their body because you're stripping it. Right. So with Clean Slate, it was really important to me that I didn't just create a product that could help get rid of things, but that could support everything in the body, because your body is composed of water and silica, trace minerals, right? So if you look at that, it's embedded, and at first it was about 118, then when I went down to 117, and then 87 different types of trace minerals, and then vitamins, vitamin C that I made in a different process. And yes, everyone, all vitamin C is not the same. It's just like saying there's 100 mycos. Well, there's only one Michael Jaco, right? And I'm being honest. There's only one Michael Jaco. So Clean Slate is very different. It's really helping get rid of the things that shouldn't be there. Your microbiome is controlling this body. Your stomach, your GI, your heart, your brain, all share it. The viruses live in your microbiome. The parasites live there. The bacteria, the fungus, stress, anger, everything's impacting that. Clean Slate is going in and trying to rip that stuff apart, get rid of the stuff. And if you ask me, how does it do that? It's attaching to different things in the body energetically to rip them apart and pull them out. I never make claims about my products. I say constantly, these products are different. They're made with patented technology and different processes, but the overall goal simply needs to be each person. It doesn't even need to be about me or Clayton or you, Michael. If people try something and they don't like it, then look for something else, because the one message I want for people to understand is Root is a community that talks about nutraceuticals and skincare and animal products, etc. But more than that, we should be for humanity. And that means we don't have the only products in the world. We don't have the only answers, but we are part of the solution. And that's why I think working with you, Michael, and Clay knows I ask about you all the time, because I think you're one of the pieces to the puzzle that really help people understand that we do need to work together for humanity. We do need to help each other. One last thing before I go, remote viewing. This is so funny. My banker, who's over all the banking accounts. We have 31 companies now over DRC or under DRC. And I got a text about telepathic communication and remote viewing. And she goes, I know you, and this is a, president of a bank. I know this sounds crazy, but do you believe in this? I said, 100%. I don't just believe in it. I know it's true. People can see things. People can talk between their cells. Some people have a gift because of the way they've been born and coded and how they think and their gifts where they know things, right? They can either telepathically see it in a dream or in a vision or do remote viewing. And it's a gift. And for me, it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's something to celebrate that we actually have these human beings like you that can do that. And I have a little bit of that gift. And so I don't talk about it though, probably, my thing is you can do that, but if your pineal gland is clogged, if your body's toxic, you can't. And that's why these products I think are so important, not just for the United States, but for the world. But especially I say this for the United States because this is our country. We have a lot of work to do and we can do it together, but each person has to understand their mission is so important and you've got to clean this pineal gland. And that was one of the major goals of Clean Slate.
Wow. That's geez. I think you said more in that 10 minutes or however long you were talking than I've heard you speak anywhere else. That's fantastic.
I don't say this very often, but I remember you and I miss you. And I always ask Clayton about you. He knows. I'm like, where's Michael Jaco?
She knows your audience can actually comprehend what she's saying.
They can. Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah. So you went deep, you went fast. Both of you guys are amazing. Thanks so much. I know you got to get some, it's always like that though. You guys are like, fast, everything's like comes in and you're like,
that's the processing speed of the computer. It's been upgraded.
Exactly. So if someone's having problems with that, you should get on 0 in. You just understand it a lot faster. You'll be able to do that.
You can do podcasts on 1.5.
Thank you. You look great, by the way, Michael. You do.
Oh, thank you. I've been using a lot of your products actually. The peptides. Clayton said, let's see how you look after a few months of using it. And I think it's working pretty good.
Yeah.
So. Hit on Sculpt and Crush a little bit, and then we got to go. Just be brief.
I just can't let Merritt down again. So Sculpt and Crush were so important because it's blocking the sugar and the carbs. People think I made Sculpt to lose weight. And it's true. I was speaking at the World Economic Forum. I think you and I both know that situation. But anyway, you have to have good speakers up there as well. You got to have us speaking. And so it's a crisis. It's an international crisis, obesity and diabetes. And like I said earlier, I don't blame anyone for being overweight. A lot of people will say they're overweight, so that's their fault. Here's my answer. No, if you have toxins and pollution inside, then you can't get rid of it. And here's the problem. If you haven't detoxed or detoxed backwards, which I call Zodid and Clean Slate and all that stuff, then your body is not going to react well and you're going to gain weight. You're going to have cellulite, all these different things. So Sculpt is really helping the body block sugar and carbs so that it helps the body and the microbiome work better. And a lot of people do lose weight. In fact, we've tried it with some people that don't want to lose weight and we haven't been that successful, but it usually takes like 6 to 8 weeks for that to show. It's not like an immediate, like some of this prescriptions, right? But we've had great results with people that were on prescription medication but needed to get off or titrate down, and they'll use Sculpt. And then I made Crush because when you lose weight, a lot of women and men as they get older, their skin sags, right? And the peptides are really needed so that the skin doesn't sag. So for collagen, colostrum. So when you lose weight, you have muscle. And it was really important to me that we were able to offer this not just for men. And I want to speak to the women here. Women need to body build too. Women need to take care of their bodies. As you age, you have to lift weights. You can't just run. You can't just do cardiovascular, but giving your body the tools while you're doing it to speed that process up. Let's face it, I'm not 20 years old anymore. Michael isn't, or he might be, and I don't know it. But we, like for us to work out, and even if I were 20, I'd like to have those tools to make it happen faster. So like we have a 21-year-old son that this has really sped up the process. He's always been into working out. He wanted to get his body back after, how you go to college and you kind of lose a little bit of you're going out, right? And you're doing all that. So this is something that's helped people all over of all ages. And I think it's very, for older people, it's fantastic, but also for their teenagers and people in their 20s. It's really great to have peptides from the day you're born. You lose those. You got to get them back into the system. I don't like my skin to sag. I want everything to look good. And so for me, those two products go together. I don't take Sculpt every day, just so you know, but I take it on most days. And if you ask me why I don't take it every day, I don't need to lose more weight. And I need to, I'm focused right now on really making sure that I'm working out and that I'm getting in better shape, because that'll till the day I die, right? That's going to be one of my focuses. So those two products, though, for people that really do care about how their body feels, how they look, are extremely important.
She put Justin Timberlake in a bottle. She's bringing sexy back.
Definitely. Yeah, everybody's like, there's no way you're like, in your 50s. They claim you're like 29. So, yeah, good job. Your products, obviously, you use your products, and both of you, look fantastic. Great couple. Helping humanity on a massive level. So, thanks so much.
It's a collective thing. You're involved in that, the whole community, and I think that's the important part of the value of sharing. But
Everyone
with the youngin.
Yeah, benefits on a massive level. All right, guys. Lots of love to you, and lots of love to everybody that watched. Good luck with these products. Get on them. If you're not on them, you've been off them for a little bit. Get back. It's great. All right, we'll see you guys next time. Thanks.
Konnichiwa, my friends.
Thank you, Michael.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the pirates, the deep state, they have been very successful over a long period of time, and their days are numbered now. It's coming to an end. So I wore this hat in regard to them. Surrender the booty. All right. So the pirates, they don't like to just take things. They like to destroy. They like to control, manipulate, and surrendering the booty is not something that we're up to anymore. We're not going to surrender the booty anymore. Although there's a lot of people that are, probably mentally compromised, which we're going to talk about. But let's start with Russia, right? World War II. So a lot of people thought that we won World War II. Of course, there were other factors that were happening in World War I and World War II. And those factors are basically giving the deep state the complete control of the world, and that was their ultimate goal. So surrendering the booty, right? They wanted it. They wanted it all. Unfortunately, we're onto their little game, and as of now, they're losing massively on every scale. They've already lost on certain timelines, but we're going to look at some of the things that happened in the past. That gives us some ideas that were suppressed from Major Jordan's diaries. So this is actually a book you can get online. Overview. Major Jordan was the expediter for Lend-Lease shipments to the Soviet Union from 1942 to 1942. He became alarmed at the movement of documents, materials, and personnel between the U.S. and the Soviet Union and began a diary to record what he observed. So he was actually, he claimed he was not a professional soldier. He volunteered for World War I and World War II. And, he was doing this, moving this stuff. This is what his book documents, that the United States gave the USSR the atomic bomb, including uranium and the other materials and classified scientific documents needed, even a blueprint of the Manhattan Project. So that top secret Manhattan Project that American taxpayers spent, probably hundreds of millions of dollars, and that was like hundreds of billions of dollars in today's money, building very secretively. It wasn't until decades later that anybody even found out about the Manhattan Project, and it was being developed in the Tennessee Hills. All right, so military secrets, equipment, vehicles, aircraft, ships, weaponry, and trading. So, we had President Roosevelt who thought of Joe Stalin. He called him Uncle Joe. Of course, Roosevelt basically started lots of communist things here. We look at Social Security, it was basically a movement into socialism, communism. And of course, who was Roosevelt? He was a Democrat, right? So Democrats are all about communism and Nazism too, right? So of course, all the Nazis came over, Operation Paperclip. Thousands and thousands we're finding out now. At first, we thought it was just, the NASA scientists, and now we're finding out there were thousands upon thousands, 10, 12,000 people that came over. So how many more are we going to find out over time? 100,000? Who knows? Industrial secrets were given to Soviet Union. So remember the Bolsheviks in Manhattan from Ukraine, the Jews that were in Manhattan and still are in Manhattan, not all Jews, of course, but the Khazarian mafia types from Ukraine that went to Manhattan, that raised money, that funded the downfall of the Russian monarchy so that the communists could come in. This is what the Democrats are doing now. They've been funding this in the United States, allowing all these illegal aliens to come over and all the things they've been doing, we've pointed out for quite some time. So we're going to talk about how the Democrat Party is at one of the lowest points it's ever been in its history, and trying to go lower. They tried the best they can because they're so stupid to go lower. Like I've said, by the 2028 election, they will be non-existent. Right. So I've said for years that the Democrat Party is going to go away. It is fast moving in that direction. Will they still be around in the 2026 election? Probably. But I think it's going to be so minimal of their elections. It's going to be tragic, and it's going to be basically the last straw for them. The straw that breaks their camel's back. All right. We'll just call them camels. Right. Of course, they're donkeys. They're jackasses. All right, that's the Democrat Party mascot, of course. Scientific secrets were given away, papers and patents. U.S. Treasury pays for printing paper money. Vast amounts of materials, equipment, vehicles, aircraft, ships, foodstuffs, vast amounts of consumer goods contrary to the Lend-Lease law. Vast amounts of equipment and supplies to be used after World War II to build USSR's industries contrary to the Lend-Lease law. So we know that the deep state basically funds both sides. So we know that the deep state was funding the Nazis. Ford Motor Company was building tanks for the Nazis. And we have seen all of this over time be revealed. Basically, they just fund both sides to keep these wars going. They profit on both sides of the equation. And they end up, taking the wealth of every country that they, dominate. So that's what happened with the USSR. Now, of course, the Russians eventually got fed up with it and threw them off. Will the Americans get fed up with the Democrat Party and throw them off soon? I believe so. All right. This was not done by accident nor by espionage, but as a matter of policy and high priority under the administration of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, as administered by the Lend-Lease program run by Harry Hopkins. This book also shows U.S. military personnel were assigned to the United Nations. Now, the United Nations right now is thwarting like 1,000 different trucks filled with, goods for the people in Gaza. And so we're hearing that children are starving in Gaza. Probably not, but that's a story that they're spinning. But the United Nations is the one that's causing the problem. So they were formed during World War I. So by another Democrat, Wilson. So it's an ongoing process to destroy the United States, the world, and control us completely. So, like it says, it's not done by accident or espionage. It was done by the President of the United States. So here's the man, Harry Hopkins, Major Jordan. I'm sorry, so Harry Hopkins. So George Racy Jordan, Library of Congress, reprinted in 1958. So it goes on. It talks about my reason for writing this book is very, very simple. I would like to keep the record straight. I want to put in permanent form the full story of my experiences as a Lend-Lease secretary. So he goes on to talk about it. There was a Colonel Katikov, head of the Russian mission at Great Falls, who requested my promotion to major. I'm sure he would, because he's getting all this stuff. So now we've seen this stuff all the way till the present times. I have been shocked at the efforts of the character assassins and press experts to keep the implications of this story from being brought into proper focus. I've never heard of this. Have you heard of this? But someone shared this with me recently, and I was like, yep, this makes sense. Because they want to control everything. And that's how they come in and do this stuff. They take over countries. Now, what's interesting is Senator Richard Nixon, Republican nominee for vice president, basically his questions are addressed to Donald Appel, former FBI agent and special investigator for the Committee on Un-American Activities. So Nixon actually did a pretty good job here exposing this. And he goes on and talks about that. And he talks about a lot more. So here we go, guys. We're seeing that, this stuff has been going on for quite some time. I've seen it going on. I wasn't in a position to basically, call it out. I am now, of course. I am in a position to call it out now, but I've seen this stuff going on behind the scenes. I've seen the manipulators behind the scenes manipulating things. It's very, very, Nixon ran paperclip. Nixon was seriously maligned. So now Nixon trained Trump. So I don't know that Nixon was maligned. So maybe you guys are, maybe you're right. Maybe you're not. I don't see it that way. I see that Nixon was, did he know about the JFK assassination going on? Yes. There was like 6 or 7 presidents that knew, there will eventually be presidents that knew about the JFK's assassination that was coming before it came, right? So these guys are all tangled up in this stuff, all of them. And so if you make a comment, you probably, you throw a dart at the dartboard, you're going to hit some number, right? So eventually you're going to hit the bullseye. So yeah, you can throw darts at this thing, and you're going to make out. It's going to lead to something. So a lot of these guys have done this. Now Nixon, of course, was destroyed. Why was he destroyed? What happened? Was he trying to end the war? Yes, he was trying to end the Vietnam War. They didn't like that, so they did away with him. And so a lot of things. So yes, Nixon trained Trump, and Trump talks about that. And he gave him some good insights, like, how things really are. So I think President Trump has been trained for quite some time. So if Nixon was training Trump and you like Trump, then you might want to reconsider Nixon's place in history, right? So let's look at, because Trump and team are taking down the Nazi, Democrat, liberal system all around the world, guys. All around the world. All around the world. And it is an ongoing process, of course. Many people don't see it. Many people don't understand it. There's a lot of people that have been mentally compromised, and they just don't give a shit anymore. But those of us that still are involved, that still want to see this thing, resolve in the right way, we're going to stay involved. All right, so let's look at what's going on in Ukraine. Ukraine it's quite a little thing that's going on in Ukraine. So we have Zelensky. Remember, Zelensky came and talked to Trump, and Trump said, you gotta stop fighting. And so Zelensky's like, screw that. And he went to Europe. He went to UK, and he said, Trump wants me to stop fighting. How about you guys? And they're like, no, keep fighting. But they want to control him very much because they're the deep state, right? Trump is not the deep state. So Trump gave him a lifeline. Will he eventually grab it, or will he go down with the deep state ship like the Titanic? So, all right. So this is frontline combat. Ukraine presidential brigade soldier defects to Russia. This is happening on a more massive scale. Now, what's interesting about this soldier is he is saying that he is fighting for Ukraine on the side of Russia to destroy the Ukrainian army so that his people can be free. That's interesting that he takes that point of view, but he is part of a growing brigade that believes the same thing. So here he is. I'll give you a little piece of this. This is Patrick Lancaster. His site. Can we say the same thing about the other guys in your battalion? So he's saying that he's free because Patrick is asking him. They have a little conversation that goes on for about 4 minutes. So I'm giving you basically the gist of it. He was captured. They told him, I think it was in Avdiivka, and the Russians were doing their pincer movements like I've been talking about. And he was told with his brigade to stay and fight, and that they were going to be relieved within a few days by Marines that were being trained for their relief. And they never came. And so they saw the way these were. So he talks about how, who would have benefited from my fighting to the death? Would my mother be proud of me? No. Would the people of Ukraine be proud of me? No. So he and a lot of other men that are fighting in Ukraine, many in his battalion were forced placed. That means they were basically, you've seen probably some of the videos where they're snatched off the streets and forced to go fight in front. So a lot of them never liked it. Those that stay are the ones that didn't have the money to leave to go to America and Europe. By the millions, tens of millions of Ukrainians have fled this war state because they know that it's bad. Will they ever go back? If Trump has his way, they'll want to go back. And in all your battalions, sure, everybody in my battalion is a volunteer. The guys get qualified to get in our battalion. It's not that easy. So he talks about how the Russians know the people that are fighting in Ukraine that are doing criminal activity, killing civilians, stealing, whatever they're doing. They know which Ukrainians are doing this. They have the intelligence that's focused on that. So they basically screen all the guys that are in prisons, like, do you want to fight, to save your country, right? And, this all started with Ukraine basically for over almost 10 years, maybe longer, shelling the Donbass area because there were Russian speakers and identified more Russian than they did Ukraine. So the Nazis didn't like that. And so they started shelling, killing them by, the thousands, children, women, man, they didn't care. They just shelled cities, guys. And so Russia was like, stop. For years, they would mass at the border. And of course, you guys know that I was like, this year, they're going to go in the day that the Olympics ends. And sure enough, they did. And they almost took the country. Now, I've been in combat in many occasions. The one time that I was in combat for the United States, so I've been in combat for all over the place, was in Panama. So in that combat, we were told before the combat started that the Panamanian military would hand over to us. They would come to our side. So this is what the intel was telling us. Well, that did happen on a small level, but on a larger level, not so much. So it took all of our might, basically, U.S. military's might, and people died. SEALs died, Rangers died, helicopter pilots died. So a lot of people died because we were told mainly that it would be easy, that the Panamanians would just hand over to us. They wouldn't fight. That was a lie, or that was not good intel. Let's not call it a lie. So that's what happened with Russia. Russia was under the impression when they came into Ukraine, which did happen on a fairly large scale, and they almost took the whole country very quickly, that the Ukrainians would just, they weren't going to fight. Well, that's not what the Nazis thought. So the Nazi of Ukraine, dating back all the way to World War II, with the German Nazis, of course, are still there. And they started to overcome all the battalions and groups that were surrendering before they could surrender. So they were coming in and basically assassinating and killing and then taking over. So they stopped that out. So now it's turned into a protracted war thanks to NATO, thanks to the United States. It gave hundreds of billions of dollars to basically pay, foreigners to come and fight for Ukraine, and all of the weapon systems and ammunition and so forth that NATO, all the way from Australia. Australia was given, they were piling tanks and stuff on ships and sending them to Ukraine. Unbelievable. So it is the Nazis, the deep state, all around the world basically put everything they had into fighting Russia. Now, just like I showed you, Russia was set up, or at least the Soviet Union, that had been taken over by the deep state, had been set up to basically have all of this equipment, material, so that they could fight the Nazis and win. And the Nazis would go to where? Antarctica, right? So they had a base down there. Of course, we sent ships down there, and they got hammered. The reptilian Draco basically had helped them out and gave them high tech information, and so they sent the fleet that went down there to take over down there. They sent them packing, and then they sent flying saucers over the White House, and they landed and put German Nazi troops in. And they basically said, this is the way things are going to go. Now, Truman, I believe, is the one that really signed everything over. And a lot of people have said Eisenhower has. We've had Laura Eisenhower has basically refuted that. And I think it was Truman, a Democrat, that basically gave up, America to the Nazis. All right. So this is where we're pushing all of that back. This is where we're winning. So we're winning in Ukraine on both sides, right? The Ukrainians are ready to turn for real. The Russians are taking out the Nazis, doing away with the army and so forth. The same thing is happening in Iran. So Iran, we have the former Shah's son that has basically, everybody's saying he's going to be there in a political realm, and we'll see how this transpires. So another thing, so Trump came in and hammered the heck out of their military, or their nuclear activity that was going on there. Even told them, say, I'm coming to bomb that nuclear stuff. You better get those people out of there. So bomb the hell out of it. None of their people were killed. Destroyed their military activity, which the deep state had set up to help control the world with nukes that had been given to Iran by the hundreds from the former Soviet Union, the old deep state. So they transferred them to Iran. So the same thing happened with, Saddam Hussein sending military gear and stuff to Syria. Now Syria has been taken down. And so the U.S. conducts rare raid in Syria, killing a senior Islamic State leader. So we know that Trump said he was going to knock hell out of ISIS. So he's still doing it. There's still remnants of it. Syria, the current Syria, is backed by the U.S. guys. Israel is basically, I think, has been overtaken. The deep state part of it has been mostly overtaken by the White House. And they're being used, their military is being used to basically destroy remnants of the deep state all around the world that Iran had put in there. So we're seeing, like I said, the devastation of the deep state military machine all around the world. So U.S. Special Forces, probably Delta, SEAL Team 6, maybe a combination of both. U.S. military forces conducted a rare raid in northwestern Syria on Friday, killing a senior Islamic State leader and 2 other ISIS insurgents, which were that man's sons that he had trained to be ISIS fighters. The women and children were not hurt. Good job, guys. Precision. Good job. I love it. Trained for that for so long, and that expertise is carried on. Good. In a statement, Central Command said the U.S. forces killed the leader, Hardani. What a name, right? Hardani. Okay, Al Hardani, you dead. All right, that Hardani's no longer hard. Right. So, and his 2 adult sons in the Aleppo area. Right, Hardani gone, and his sons that were being groomed to be baddies also gone. So these ISIS individuals posed a threat to U.S. and coalition forces, as well as the new Syrian government. So sounds like the Central Command, the United States, is behind the new Syrian government, right? So there were little problem areas, I guess, that they didn't have control of, where they had some people that were killing, different groups and so forth, and the Israelis came in and bombed them. So the Israelis, like I said, are being utilized to go after, because Israel is like one of the smallest countries in the world, yet it has been bombing everybody. Right? It's bombing the hell out of everybody in the Middle East that gets out of line. That the new White Hat Trump administration wants to get in line, right? And stop all the fighting. So this is where we're moving. We're moving to a whole world of white hatdom, right? And black hatdom is being taken down all around the world, guys, by President Trump. Very quietly, very surgically. And he's using proxies, of course, Israel, to do it. And when he needs to, he's going to have United States military forces, like we just saw a few days ago, go in and do raids, precision surgical strikes. All right. So one of the things, all this revelation that I and others are sharing is fantastical, right? As far as the new golden age, which Trump has talked about, we're moving into a golden age. So I have this one person that is very astute at mental health, and she sees things on a bigger scale. So it says it will be interesting to see the impact of all this on U.S. and global mental health. So that is the all of this disinformation that's being spread out there. So take, for instance, Trump being like he was buds with Jeffrey Epstein. Stupid, right? Bullshit. So he was basically sent by the White Hats to basically go in and research him and find out about him. Do you see President Trump with any children? Do you see him with women, wives, and those wives having children that he takes very good care of? And he takes very good care of his wives. And his wives are beautiful, model-like, and very intelligent. Why would he and how would he, have affairs with children with Jeffrey Epstein, right? I don't see it. Jeffrey Epstein, has he ever been married? No. Was he ever a major financier that understood markets? I guess money markets, because he was like a expert trader. Not, right? People that were expert traders got around him and said that he was a fake. It's a complete fake. So who is he working for? Of course, the CIA, Mossad, and MI6. So why would Trump get involved in something like that? Trump's no dummy, right? Anyone could have like gone into that situation and seen what was going on. But you can see Trump, he's like, yeah, look, come to my party and let's hang out. I got Melania. You can hang out with, your child trafficking friend. So, come on. So the deep state is going to pass on these lies, and they're going to try and spin this. At this point, you should know this. But some people are tired, mentally tired. They're mentally tired. So my friend goes on and says, I really have no idea one way or the other about how this will affect the majority. My sense is most people are still very traumatized by COVID and perhaps won't ever recover from it. And some will never recover because they're going to die, right? Because they don't know how to help themselves. They don't know that they've been massively compromised by the mRNA injection, which is basically taking down their immune system slowly but surely. Some faster than others, but slowly but surely, we're going to continue to see a massive death die off from civilization, unfortunately. And we're going to watch that as we're trying to still, after 5 friggin' years, telling them don't get vaccinated. Oh, you've been vaccinated? You better get on LifeWave. You better cleanse yourself. You better get that stuff out of you, right? So there's a lot of stuff that, I promote and other people promote, and natural ingredients are probably would help at least some. So I sense, my friend goes on, I sense there is a huge amount of people so numbed out, shut down, disassociated, overwhelmed still from that. And perhaps they won't even be able to track or participate in the latest events. So here I am revealing for all humanity, right? The deep state apparatus, how it works, who is behind it, all right? We already know who's behind it. Bill Gates is one, Jeffrey Epstein, of course, Ghislaine Maxwell was part of that. But these are all puppets. Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, he's got many lookalikes. I think Bill Clinton's got a few. Of course, Hillary Clinton's got a few. This is the way these things are done, right? We saw that big league and during Biden's time frame. It's like every other day, it was like a different Biden. We all pointed it out. And an idiot could have figured it out, but not the ones that are mentally compromised, like I say. So they're not going to be able to keep up with the latest events. They were so traumatized by just COVID. COVID's it's like so old school. And I'm sorry, I was spent a lot of time in California. it's like, I'm sorry, stop that, right? All right. So we have a lot of people that are mentally compromised. We know that. And will they ever be uncompromised mentally? Maybe not, right? Maybe not. And they won't be able to go to the golden age because they can't keep up. They can't keep up. You have to be able to keep up with this stuff. Keep yourself informed so you stay out of the firing lines that are happening. All right, so we're going to talk about those. What did I tell you guys about big cities? Right, it's starting to get a little hectic out there, those big cities, and we're just getting started. All right. So she goes on to say, that's my concern right now. Can people even tolerate the next wave of information like I'm sharing right now? This is a wave of information. Every time I come on, it's a wave of information. All right, it's a new wave, and it's rising. It's coming in, and it's taking down another aspect of the deep state. It's revealing. There's light being shed. It keeps revealing. Do they have the mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual capacity to follow along? We know most people do not. All right, so I would like to think so. I would like to hope so, but we have to be realistic here. We have the best opportunity we have ever had to really embody a whole new Earth. So, good insights, but are we going to embody a whole? Does everybody get to come along? Hey, maybe even I won't come along. I don't know. Maybe I won't make the cut. So I'm trying to keep up, right? Trying to keep up and share with as many people as possible. But it is challenging, I see, for a lot of people. Now, the views on this YouTube channel are growing by leaps and bounds. That's great. And the guests that are coming on are revealing tremendous information. Leo Zagami will be back on Thursday. If everything works out right. So sometimes I don't like to tell where my guests are coming on, because Leo Zagami seems to be pretty cool. They don't really attack him or have it yet, but who knows? He revealed massively in the last show I did with him about the Jesuits. He's like, "Oh, Michael, the Kazari Mafia, they are nothing compared to the Jesuits." And I was like, "Leo, oh my God, you kidding me?" Yellowstone's going to blow, right? But not massively, right? So everybody's concerned about Yellowstone, but it's not going to be super volcano thing. It's going to blow, but it's going to not be like devastating. It's not going to blow out 3 or 4 states, right? There's going to be volcanic activity in America. It's ramping up, obviously, but not on a level that we might see in a couple other areas, right? Maybe in Japan, it might be something super volcano-like, and maybe in Italy, could be another one out there. Italy, Greece, one of those places out there. So I think we're gonna get a couple super volcanoes, and that's going to affect the weather quite a bit. All right, will they happen both at the same time? No, they will happen over a period of time. The earthquakes will happen over a period of time. They will trigger tsunamis. It's just part of the Earth is changing too, and that's why you have to be involved. Like obviously you guys are. You're watching Yellowstone. Yellowstone for a long time has captured the imagination and the fear of a lot of people. I would say, don't be fearful. I've always said that it's not going to be a major eruption, but I will say that there could be some fairly good sized eruptions there, but not on a massive scale. So there's many things. I've talked about these already as far as like the earth change stuff. I'm not going to do it on this show, but I keep sharing more and more information about the earth changes. So you just have to be aware of them. They're going to continue. So a shooter wearing a bulletproof vest and armed with a semi-automatic rifle shot at least 3 people in Manhattan on Sunday, including a New York Police Department officer. And I believe, from what I've heard, that that police officer has died. The shooting occurred about 6 p.m. inside the building at 345 Park Avenue. Now, what's at Park Avenue? Blackstone, Black Rock, Blackstone, was locked down on Monday evening. A police officer and at least 2 other people were shot on Monday. So what's this one that says Sunday? Is that a different one? What the heck? Wow. Maybe a different one. Geez. So, or they got the dates wrong, whatever. The police did not immediately provide details of the shooting. Basically, they locked down the building, and then they had everybody come walking out. Some people ran out, and some people just walked out like, I'm good. Don't shoot me. I got my hands up, and just walked out and walked on, right? Or walked to the, wherever, the subway, went on. So it's happening. It's happening. Big cities, right? Big cities. Not going to be. Is it targeted? Is it part of the white hats? White hats don't kill guys. So unless they have to for self-preservation or self-preservation of others. So the white hats don't come in and start shooting people up. That's not a white hat thing. So if somebody comes in and starts shooting people up, it's a black hat thing. And why are they doing it? Why are they doing it? So remember, black hats always have multiple reasons why they do these things. Now, in Cincinnati, so that's New York. I don't know if there's one or two shootings there. The dates are kind of screwy or what, but all right. So, Jaco, the earthquakes and eruptions will ramp up as the asteroid gets a near miss. Yeah, there's a hemisphere split in half. Remote view, you'll see. I'll look at it, Ernie. But just my feel right now is that asteroid's not going to have an impact like that. But maybe it's very unusual. So I'll talk about the asteroid later, probably another show. All right. So sickening video shows woman knocked out cold, huge brawl in Cincinnati. So some kind of music festival, jazz festival or something was going on. And sounds like one group said racial slurs to the others. At least that's what's being said. And then a fight ensued, and a lot of white people got knocked out. All right, got beat on. So is this more of, the bad guys, trying to foment, hate and discontent, racial? They always try to do the racial thing because that's what they do, right? Democrats love that. They love racism. They love to, put people in a plantation, and they did that and tried to keep that during the Civil War, but it didn't work out so good. So now they do it with, cities that are safe for illegal aliens, sanctuary cities. So those are the new plantations, Democrat plantations. All right. So let's look at the sickening video. I mean, there's a beat down going on. Some of them are pretty bad. Knocking somebody out. It's not good. But here's this guy. He's been chased into the streets. He's being beat on, kicked. So the Cincinnati police said, I don't know where they got these stats, but they said there were 100 people that were watching, videoing, whatever. Only one called police. All right. So I don't know. And so you gotta be careful with all this stuff. With this, could some of this be set up? Could be a setup. Could be the real thing. But people get in fights all the time. So is there real racial problems? Maybe a little bit in some areas, but really, there is no. In my opinion, there's no real racism in America. There are some people that are racist, of course, but on the level that they're trying to foment it, spread it, this is something they've done, since the end of the Civil War, and it's pathetic and disgusting. They should be going away. I think by, like I said, the 2026 election, they're going to be so slammed. They're probably going to wither away, and they won't even exist by 2028. But we have to put up with their bullshit until then. And there's still people that, like I just said, my friend said, she's a mental expert. And she's like, there's not a lot of people just going to be able to go along with this. They're stuck, and they're not going to grow. They're not going to mature. They're not going to the golden age. They're stuck, and we have to just be aware of that. So are these people here stuck? Probably. Now this guy is like, oh, he's there for all three of the little fights. So that's interesting. He just happens to be in the right spot. Same guy with his so seems maybe staged to me to a certain extent. But there have been people arrested. 5 people have been arrested. At least that's what we're being told. And we'll see. Now, the kick that I just saw from that guy was not a real kick to the head. So it's kind of a little sissy kick, right? If you're serious about kicking somebody in the head, they're out, right? So it seems to me this is staged. All right, so this woman tries to intervene. I guess she's just trying to be a good person. I don't think she knows this guy, or maybe she does. But we'll see what Ramaswamy said. He's running for governor, of course. So he jumps in on this. He says when he becomes governor, this will not happen. So anyway, this woman gets knocked out right here. So she's trying to intervene. This guy with all that kicking to the head and all that stuff that was going on, he gets up, right? All right, so this black woman comes in, and there's a guy right here, and between the two of them, they basically knock this woman out. All right, so she's bleeding. She looks like her eyes are still open. Looks like she's unconscious. Her eyes are still open. I've never seen anybody like that. Not that it doesn't happen, but it's crazy. She's bleeding from the nose. So again, all this stuff could be staged. So you just have to be observant of this. Don't get yourself hooked into anger or racism or anything like that. You're just like, well, these are a bunch of knuckleheads that are, fighting out there. And if they're really, causing this kind of mayhem, hopefully the law will really, come down on them. But this is kind of the stuff we're going to see. And this is not even that tip of the iceberg that's coming from big cities. All right, so you hear the guy, same guy. Whoa, whoa. All right, so here's this guy. He's just walking around along and bam. So it sounds like the same guy, videoing all these knockdowns. And this is pretty crazy. This one guy drags him into traffic. That's pretty wild. All right, so get out of the big cities. The warnings are, how many do you need? I know a lot of you have told me over the years that you have. I'm definitely not in a big city. I've been in a big city for a long time. I try not to travel to big cities. To be in big cities, it's just going to get crazier and crazier and crazier. So this is Vivek Ramaswamy. He says, I spoke to Holly. That's the one woman. I'll just share the screen so you guys know what I'm talking about. The one woman that was knocked out. Today, the woman tragically assaulted in Cincinnati this weekend. She's a single working mom who went to a friend's birthday party. It's unconscionable that there were no police present. Interesting. in that area of Cincinnati on a Friday night. So again, my thoughts of staging, or even, and does it mean that, you know, these people that did these attacks were the ones that were, you know, paid to do these, and they literally did attack people for real? You know, I don't know. I'm just observant here. Hardworking Americans shouldn't have to worry about their safety. Okay, that's always been a problem. When they have a good time in our cities. Holly said not a single local or state official had yet reached out as of earlier this afternoon, other than one police detective. Leftists like to lecture about systemic injustice, while thugs turn our cities into war zones. I'm done with their excuses. As governor, I'll make sure they're behind bars, not running wild. Our cops will have the green light to restore order. No apologies. Well, that sounds good. That sounds good. Is that something that will happen for real? Or is that more talk? Right? Talk. Ramaswamy. So we'll see. He ran against President Trump. Now he's President Trump, bro. And looks like President Trump is maybe now behind him for being Ohio governor. We'll see. All right. I don't know. I'm observant of all that stuff. I'm an action guy. So when people are in positions where performance should be accomplished and they don't perform, I become very suspect, right? And then if I look a little deeper and I see some problem areas, I start to call it out. And so do a lot of other people, right? So do a lot of other people. And point the finger at certain people that don't get things done, that talk and don't get things done, right? Throughout their whole careers, right? But yet they're still popular. I don't know why, but it is what it is, right? So we'll keep an eye on all of these people that are saying they're going to do good things, but don't present, don't actually get things done. We don't need anybody like that anymore, right? Those are Luciferian times. Luciferian times are going by the wayside. We're going into the golden age, and in the golden age, things get done very quickly, seamlessly, and easily. If there's people that are in positions that are not getting those things done, whether they're police, sheriffs, school board, governors, congressmen, women, whatever, they need to be removed ASAP, immediately, right? And same thing goes around the world. If there's somebody around the world that's a problem, that's not really performing correctly, at this point, that person is Zelensky. So Zelensky's being isolated very slowly, very systematically. He will probably, I've already said that he's a dead man walking. There's no way that man lives going forward from what he's done to Russia, right? He's been a deep state puppet, and Trump has given it, like I said, threw him a lifeline. I'll stop this war. I hope you stop it. And then he ran like a little biatch that he is to England and talked to Starmer and all the other Nazis. And they were like, we'll help you. Screw Trump, right? Well, they're going to find out. They're going to find out. You don't mess with Trump, because Trump is basically has the entire white hat organization, and it's moving very quickly to eliminate all the deep state players, their activities, their money-making systems. They're losing money on a massive scale. Just in America alone, the amount of child trafficking that they were getting away with for 4 years has been completely eliminated. That was a massive money maker for them. And we'll see a lot more those systems being shut down as we go forward. So another one is the mortgage fraud that we've talked about. So they came after President Trump for having mortgage fraud, but the Democrat Party and some Republicans are the ones that are really the ones that have been working that on the scale of trillions of dollars here in the United States and, of course, overseas. So that is being revealed, and we've had a lot of guests on that have been revealing it. So you guys that have been watching, paying attention, you're very well informed. If you're not mentally incapacitated at this point by all the trauma that's been going on, then you're going to see some amazing things. Those that are traumatized, they're not going to see anything. They don't know. They don't know. They don't care. They're already traumatized, like those people fighting in the streets, whatever. All right. And the people that will be fighting in the streets going forward on probably a very significant scale coming up. All right. Eugenics. Yep. Self-eugenics. All right. All right, guys. And the one thing that I kind of like about Darwinism, survival of the fittest, right? Which is stupid, but it was all a lie. Darwin was all a lie. So many things we've been taught bullshit, right? So we'll figure it out, and we'll have the Darwin Awards for the future. Well, why not? Why not? They're going to be Hillary Clinton, Darwin Award. Bill Clinton, Darwin Award. So those are the Darwin Awards we were looking for, right? Jeffrey Epstein and all those other people. Those are Darwin Awards that we're looking at. They're the ones that they created. They created Darwinism. Bullshit. Right? So it's all a lie. It's all stupid. All right. But when it comes to them, it will work perfectly. Okay, guys. Lots of love. Okay. The Wakey Award. That will be a good one. So who is the most stupidest, right? The most Darwin-like and loser, and became awake and maybe even led people out of stupid, right? That will be the Wakey Award. And of course, we'll have dream cruises in the future, probably 10 years out or so. It's going to take a while, where we're celebrating, overcoming all this bullshit. And it'll be fun. A lot of us have been doing this for a long time. We'll have a break finally in about 10 years. I don't know. We'll see. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration. And we're winning. We're winning bigly. And we're going to keep winning bigly. And if you don't believe it, then you're probably compromised mentally, right? Cheers.